some really exciting speakers lined up today. So I'm going to start off really quickly, just giving you an introduction to Submariner Network and what we do. And then I will give you a short overview of some of the work that we've been involved in the last few years. So just as long as I can get my computer to respond to me. There we go. So, so Submariner is an actor, it's a network of actors and initiatives from across the Baltic Sea region and beyond that promote innovative approaches to the sustainable use of marine resources. The network itself is made up of 13 full members, and we have more than 30 associate members and 60 mentors and coaches. We also have more than 80 startups and SMEs involved and over 200 institutional partners. And in total, we have more than 1,500 individual experts that are involved in the network. The largest percentage of our network is based in Germany and Sweden, but we also have a large number of members from Denmark, Estonia, and Lithuania, and then the rest of the Baltic Sea region behind that. We also collaborate with a range of EU-based initiatives and partnerships, including those you can see down the bottom of this slide, such as EU Mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters, EU for Algae, and the European Aquaculture Technology and Innovation Platform. So we offer a range of services to support companies and members in achieving their goals. We actively engage with our community through various channels, including Blue Biomatch, social media, and various publications and conferences. We provide essential company services to help businesses thrive, such as accelerators for spin-offs, startups, and SMEs, products and project catalogs, and seed money opportunities. And we provide services to our members through promotion, funding opportunities, matchmaking and project development, and access to a stakeholder database. We work across a variety of different topics, including aquaculture in its various forms, such as low-trophic cultivation and biorefining in the form of bivalves and algae, but also fisheries and fish-based aquaculture. We also have a focus in marine spatial planning and ocean multi-use, as well as marine litter, and we provide support through ocean governance, business, and upskilling and training. So these are some of the kind of key actions or key goals that Submariner has been working towards from 2022. And so some of these have been achieved, some of these we're still working towards or expanding on. But the first is getting pilots to the next level. So to do this, we will and we have organised roundtables and developed detailed regional plans. We set clear goals and establish large-scale demonstration farms and promote cooperation among stakeholders. Plus, we also integrate biodiversity, ecosystem, and climate considerations into our plans. The second is increasing company involvement. So we have created this network, networking platform for companies to connect and collaborate. And we continue to support businesses with accelerators, matchmaking, co-creation, technology development, and ecosystem valuation. We're very also interested in the blue on land. And so to kind of work towards this action, we work closely with regions to raise consumer awareness, promote ocean literacy, and involve citizens in marine science. For this, education and training are key. And we tackle issues like waste treatment, marine litter, tourism, food, and health. And then the final action, and I suppose also in some ways the most relevant to today, is our working groups. So our focus areas include algae and mussels, sustainable fish, multi-use, marine spaces, blue biotech, education, skills, and mentorship. And these groups drive innovation and progress in their respective fields. And I will mention these working groups a bit more detail a bit later on. So then, keeping all of these actions in mind, Submariner works on a variety of projects across different areas of the blue bioeconomy. So the business development area, science-based policy, education skills, and demonstrations. And several of these actually work in the area of seafood side stream valorisation, such as the Foodimar project, Baltic Muppets, Tetris, and the algae study, which you will hear presentations from today. And then back to the working groups. So finally, Submariner hosts what we call Blue Biomatch, and I hope all of you are aware of Blue Biomatch, and if you're not, I would highly recommend getting involved. But this is a kind of platform which is a meeting place for actors within the blue bioeconomy, and where you can meet and discuss and talk with people who are like-minded, who have solutions that may be relevant to you and your business. But on top of this, we also have these working groups, and you can see a variety of them here, although these are not the extent of our working groups. But these kind of working groups help us host these kind of meetings that we're having, or these discussions and working groups that we're having today, where we come together as a group of working groups to discuss different cross-cutting ideas and issues. So yeah, if you're not already a member of Blue Biomatch or part of any of these working groups, I would highly recommend that. We can post the link in the chat for Blue Biomatch later on. So today we're talking about side stream valorization, and we're going to be exploring this across a variety of different species, production stages, and cultivation methods. And this morning we're kind of focusing more on side stream state of the art, so projects and initiatives that are working in this space and working to develop new and exciting products and processes for side streams. And then this afternoon, we will be hearing about side streams and businesses. So we have some interesting talks lined up from people who are working daily with side streams. As Maya said earlier, we would ask that you hold all questions to the end of the sessions because we have a number of presentations and we'd like to respect the timing of our presenters. You can also use the chat function, and we will refer to that for any of the questions as well. So to start us off, I'm going to give a presentation that will hopefully give a bit more background to side streams, but also the value chains. And this is a tool developed by the Blue Bioclusters project. And then I will be handing over to the other speakers. So I'm my slides over. Hopefully that goes smoothly. Give me one moment. I apologize, my computer has been going particularly slowly. There we go. So I hope you can all see this. So this is the value chain facilitation tool. So this was developed by the Blue Bioclusters project, which I'm going to represent today, and give you a little bit of an overview of this tool and how it works. So to start with, a definition of blue bioeconomy as produced by the Blue Bioclusters project. So blue bioeconomy is the production and conversion of renewable marine, living and biological resources into value-added products such as food, feed, bio-based products and bioenergy. And the Blue Bioclusters project aimed to improve, develop and implement new support tools and methods based on systematic collection, benchmarking and joint knowledge creation on blue bio-based value chains, ecosystem service valorization, technology needs, identification and transfer of solutions. So as part of this project, the team developed the value chain facilitation tool, which was designed to help identify, analyze and improve the efficiency of value chains within the blue bioeconomy. So by applying this tool, users can gain valuable insights into existing bottlenecks and gaps and opportunities for improvement within a value chain. This can also include potential areas for strategic matchmaking. While the tool was kind of originally created to for project workshop organizers in the blue bioeconomy sector, it's very versatile and it can be applied to a broad range of stakeholders and target groups. So it can be a very practical resource for supporting collaboration and innovation across diverse value chains. So to facilitate this tool or to support this tool, the Blue Bioclusters project came up with 6 biomasses that they focused on. And these are macroalgae, microalgae, marine bacteria, crustaceans, fish, and bivalves. And the value chain stages that are used in this tool are input, cultivation, transformation, product, in market, and then also we've added an extra value chain stage in this form of ecosystem services, so we can see how our value chain is impacting the ecosystem and how it's potentially providing services. This kind of value chain can also include other areas of things like logistics and transport. So it's not just set to these six stages, but it can include more depending on your value chain. And the tool itself, it has 5 modules. So the first is the quiz. The second is the blue value chain identification. The third is the economic, ecologic, social, and regulatory points. The fourth is the technology, and the fifth is the circularity. And I'm going to take you through each of these different modules and show you how to use this tool and how interesting and useful it can be. So the first introductory model is the quiz. So what this does is it takes an already identified value chain or value chain path on what we call the biomass boards, which I'll show you in a minute. And it lets users think about the different stakeholders that would be involved in a different value chain. And it also provides a familiarity with the value chain. It allows you to visualize what a value chain can look like, what inputs, what outputs, what's actually required in this value chain. So as an example here, we have the microalgae biomass board. And this is a visualization of the different value chains that were identified by the Blue Bioclusters project for microalgae. So you can see here a whole bunch of different value chains, but the one I'm just going to focus on now is this one that's kind of, you can see, is slightly more highlighted than the others. So you can see for the input, we've got inoculum. For the cultivation method, we go down to photobioreactor. For the transformation, we go to extraction. In this case, for the product, we're looking at a protein or proteins. For the end market, we're looking at a food product. And we haven't identified any ecosystem services specific to this value chain in this one, but you can see there are other ones that can be linked to specific other value chains. But what the goal here is to not only familiarize ourselves with the different types of value chains that can be possible for microalgae, but it's also to identify the different actors that can be involved at different stages. So this can be microalgae producers, international corporations that provide backing for this kind of value chain, high-skilled labor, and then like bakeries or baking companies to produce the food. So these are just some examples. But this identification board is used as kind of a familiarity tool. We will then kind of use this tool as a background information for future modules. So we'll go on to module 2, which is about blue value chain identification. So this uses the biomass board that we've just looked at for inspiration, but it uses a new board, which I'm going to show you in a second, called the identification board. And this allows you to create your own value chain. It allows you to have a blank space to kind of work and identify the different aspects of a value chain. It also kind of, in some ways, allows you to identify side streams in the sense that with this full line you can see here, it shows a sequential process. But when you have these kind of dotted lines, it shows a simultaneous process. So this could be just something that's happening at the same time as your sequential process with your main product, but it also could be your side streams from your main pathway. So to see this in a bit more detail, here's our identification board, and you can see you've got lots of nice blank space to be filling out information. So you can write in these boxes, and we will use the white part of the boxes later as well. But for now, we're kind of just identifying different areas of the value chain across the different stages. So to see this in action, we're now moving to the bivalve biomass board, but just for now, ignore these little stickers because they're there for a reason and we'll talk about those. But what you can see here is we've identified the different stages of the value chain. So we've got, for an input, we've got substrate and materials. For a cultivation method, we've got seabed cultivation. We've then got harvesting and cleaning, and you can see here also these dashed lines showing a simultaneous process. So you've got grading, you've got extraction, and you can see that then goes on to its own value chain in a way, but it's still tied, they're still tied together. And this can look, you can see this as a sort of side stream as it goes through several processes and then it goes to agriculture. But when we go back to our main value chain, we've got our whole bivalve, it goes to a food, and then we've also identified an ecosystem service in the sense of nutrient recycling. So you've got plenty of space here to develop as many and as complicated value chain processes as you like. And that's just an example. But we will also be using this board for the other 3 modules that I mentioned earlier. So I will now show you how we do that. So these little stickers that you saw on the board, but that I didn't talk about, these are your impact points. So modules 3, 4, and 5 work with these different stickers. Module 3 focuses on economic, ecologic, and social and regulatory points. And you can see you have a positive and a negative for each of these. So this is where you start to identify gaps or positive aspects of your value chain. For example, you have your positive economic points, your negative economic points, social, ecological, regulation. You can see where there might be a gap in a regulation or a gap in or a negative ecological output, but you can also see where you have positive aspects. This is really also similar for module 4, which is about technology. So again, you have these technology points, and they help you identify if you have a gap or if you have a positive or available technology. And then for module 5, you have circularity, and there's no positive or negative for this. It's just the circularity point. This identifies where you might have created a circular element of your value chain. And so now we can see those in action. So again, we've got the same biomass board of the bivalves, but this time we're looking at the stickers. So you can see here in this white box, we've put things like expensive input in regards to substrate and material. So this is a negative economic point. But then when you go to seabed cultivation, we've got reduced pressure on wild stocks, and that's a positive ecological point. For social, the harvesting aspect creates jobs in the region, which is a positive social point. For cleaning, we have missing technology on the market, so that's a negative technology point. And then for the whole bivalve, for the product, we have restaurants collect shells, producers reuse them. And so that is a circularity point. We've created a potential or an actual circularity aspect within this value chain. We also have another negative regularity point where we can see that there's no regulation for biocertification of the foods created from these bivalves. So there's a gap there. So all in all, this identification board using the different modules from 2 to 5, you can identify where you've got positive impacts, where you've got gaps or bottlenecks, and you can have a discussion around how to address some of these issues. So what's really important about these value chain tools is you don't have to apply them in the same order I've just been through with them. Of course, that seems like a logical order, but you can actually decide on which part you use. If you just want to do a stakeholder identification aspect, you can use module 1. If you're really interested in looking at the gaps in terms of social regulation, ecology, you can use module 3 and 4. It's really up to you. It's based on what background your participants have as well. So if you have someone who's really knowledgeable, or you have people that are really knowledgeable about the value chain, probably there's no point to go through and identify the whole value chain. Probably you already have it and you just want to talk about the gaps or the stakeholders. Yeah, and it also depends what your objective is for the workshop. What are you trying to get out of that workshop? And yeah, what's going to be most valuable for your participants? So this tool is fully available online. You can get it at the Blue BioClusters website, which I will post in the chat after I finish my presentation. There's different materials that are prepared. So there are print versions of this tool, but there are also online Miro versions of this tool, and both of those are available for use. And then there's also a guideline. So rather than remembering everything I've just said to you, you can go through this facilitation tool and you can learn how to use this tool and all the different benefits that it can have for you and the groups that you're working with. So yeah, thank you very much for listening, and I hope that tool can be really useful to you in your work. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there so that I can see you all. And now I'm going to ask Sarah to introduce you to the RootLink project. Sarah, are you here?
Yes, thank you,
Great.
Frida. Let me also share my screen. Okay, do you guys see it? Cool. Yeah, thanks, Freya. I think that facilitation tool will actually be quite useful in this project, so it might be a good link, something for us to also pick up. But good morning, everybody. My name's Sarah. I'm a project manager at SPRO and also the Submariner network. I'm going to give you a short introduction into a new project of ours called RootLinks. It just started in April and will be a 4-year project, setting up a working group for primary producers across the bioeconomy. So RootLinks is a project from CBEJU, so the Circular Bio-Based Europe Joint Undertaking. For those who aren't familiar with it, CBEJU is a public-private partnership, so between the European Union and the Bio-Based Industries Consortium. They fund a variety of projects, many on technical solutions in the bio industries. So the mission is really to advance a competitive bioeconomy, a sustainable bioeconomy in Europe. Yeah, and as I mentioned, they do a lot of project financing. They have a lot of calls out right now if any of you are interested in looking into them. But they also conducted a study over the last couple of years and did stakeholder outreach and really realized that they were having an issue in integrating primary producers into the value chain and into their work at CBEJU. And so the project RootLinks is really a response to this, of the desire to better link primary producers and yeah, better link them to innovative business models and side streams in valorization. So they have set up a new primary producers working group. The working group was launched this February and will kick off this June in Warsaw. And the main objective of the group is to, first and foremost, in the first year, to really develop actionable solutions to tackle challenges that primary producers are facing. So these challenges were identified as I mentioned, limited integration into the value chain, having regulatory barriers to setting up their farms, especially in the blue sector, and also financial barriers, and then also just having a lack of access to knowledge and infrastructure to expand into innovative markets. So the first step of the working group will be to develop these actions, and then the second phase will be to really roll them out. So with the end goal of strengthening the role of primary producers in the bio-based systems, and then also really ensuring that primary producers actually benefit from economic opportunities, and that the economic gains are spread throughout all actors in the value chain. So as I mentioned, this is bioeconomy on the whole project. So it's really looking at 3 or maybe 4 sectors. In terms of our blue sectors, it's taking in both primary producers in aquaculture, but also in fisheries. Then there will also be groups on agriculture and forestry. I think what's really nice in this case is the CBEJU is putting all of these sectors on an even playing field. So the desire is really to have equal representation from each sector to develop action points that are specific to the sectors, but also to look across sectors and see how can we better connect the blue to the green. How can we look at value chains that that cross between sea and land. So in terms of the actions of the working group, as I mentioned, these will really be determined kind of in the first phase with people like you, people who are actually primary producers or working in the field. But the actions will be around awareness raising and better understanding. It could be around better cooperation with actors or matchmaking. Also looking into whether we need mentoring and where exactly financing should go. So there will be workshops on things like business models, perhaps using also the facilitation tool that Freya showed, but really kind of identifying where these bottlenecks are to connecting primary producers to the value chains, and then tackling them in the second phase of the project. Towards the end of the project, we will also be having seed funding for primary producers to implement action points and to help them better connect to value chains. And hopefully this work over the next couple of years in the group will also give insights to CBEJU about how they can better finance primary producers going forward to also integrate them into these value chains. So root links are our project, and we talked a lot about the working group, but we will be the ones to implement the group. And as I mentioned, SPRO, we're a founding member of Submariner Network, and we are leading the activities related to the blue sector. So we are right now in the recruitment stage and are trying to recruit members for this group, and so are really interested in having people like you join us and help us shape this over the next couple of years. So in terms of eligibility for candidate organizations who would potentially be interested, we are going beyond just primary producers. So we are very happy to have farmers and SMEs join us. But if you work with primary producers, if you are a consultant, or if you are a network and have primary producers among your member, you are also very welcome to join. So you can see here the areas of activities of organizations, from primary production to business models to advisory services, also to communication, networking, and awareness. So it's pretty broad. In terms of what we're looking for from the members, we will have one in-person meeting per year where travel is financed, and then we will have touch points throughout the year, working towards the development of an action plan and then ultimately implementing the action. So we do expect a commitment from one person in the organization, but it should also be at a manageable level so that you're not bogged down. So yes, if you're interested, you can scan this QR code here. I'll also post it in the chat afterwards, but we'd be very, very happy to have more people on board. You can also reach out to me specifically. My email is on this last slide, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So up next we have Rasa from Syntef presenting on the best from marine rest. Rasa, are you here? And are you able to share your screen?
I'm here. Let's hope that technology is with me today.
No problem. It's better probably with you than with me today.
No, it's not with me. So, and let me know if you see the right presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so now you see Fudemar, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so good morning and welcome to the Fudemar project. And my name is Rasa and I'm Senior Research Science and Syntef Ocean from Norway. I'm not leader, I'm not work package leader, but I will try to do my best to present our nice project. And today I will tell how in this kind of project we try to have the best from marine rest. And Fudemar has the title Sustainable Climate Friendly Quality Food Ingredients from Marine Side Streams. And here we are 6 partners from Germany, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Turkey, and Belgium, very nice consortium. And we covered 3 seas, North, Baltic, and Mediterranean seas. And we invest just in the beginning of the second year of 3 years project. And what is the challenge? I know probably not everyone, but after taking out from the fish fillet, what is the most desirable product, we're standing with quite huge amounts of restaurant materials. It's like viscera, bones, frames, heads, blood, and it can be up to 70% of whole fish. But from chemical point of view, we have the same raw material. It's the same marine proteins, the same lipids and minerals. So not in all countries, this restaurant materials or byproducts are utilized in the best way. So it's challenge to find the most optimal way and to produce good components or ingredients. And in Fudemar, we try to use this raw material to look with not only environmental concern, but also we try to see for potential of the side streams and what can be used. And as you saw in previous slide, it's a lot of possibilities. It's many nice and good products we can produce. So we need to look to decide what we can look in the frame of one project. And in our project, we have collagen, gelatin, in glucosamine as the main products which we try to extract and produce. So what we are trying to do, first of all, we want to define what kind of raw material we have, just chemical description to know what we're working with. And when we try to find the greenest possible technologies to use minimum chemicals to extract these valuable components, and then to look how our technologies, extraction and processing technologies influence yield and functional properties. And when we know what kind of ingredients we have, we will try to produce products from the market, and we'll see how our products are accepted in the market and how they are comparable with products which are already in the market today. Yes, and because we have very nice consortium, so we have 3 pilots to cover different areas, because probably you know what, due to the climate differences and due to the different species, we have really quite different raw materials. So in Norway, pilot 1, we have focused on whitefish. We have cod, saithe, and haddock. Even in Norway, quite a lot of rest raw material is utilized, but especially whitefish is still having some problems. So we try to look for possibilities in this sector. Pilot 2 is Danish case where we will look more for jellyfish, because it's bycatch, it's quite valuable raw material, but it's still lacking understanding what kind of good properties we can extract and use in the market. Pilot 3, it's Turkish, sea bream, and jellyfish also. Sea bream is quite popular fish in this area, but we're creating a lot of course, rest raw materials, and we will try to look what is the possibility in this rest raw material and what kind of products we can do. Yes, so as I said, first of all, we need to characterize what kind of raw material we have and what kind of extraction we can apply, because depending on the raw material and chemical composition, we need to use quite different technologies. So just look, first of all, I tried to take skins from all our fish, cod, haddock, saithe, and sea bream. And if you look just for chemical composition, look at just dry material. It's quite big difference when we have 22 for haddock, dry material, and for sea bream it's 52. So from the beginning, we have totally different raw material. And proteins, if we think about gelatin and collagen, it's protein. And look for protein amount. It's like from 80% to 28%. So it's really quite big difference. So due to this, we really need to evaluate how much we can extract, because it will influence our evaluation of efficiency of technologies. And I just did a simple calculation based on dry material and proteins, how much collagen or gelatin, because it's proteins, we can extract. And you can, it's important to remember this numbers, like 20 grams or even only 13 grams from sea bream skin we can extract if we extract all proteins. Okay, so in Norway, as I said, we have long traditions and we have technologies to extract both proteins and lipids, but most of these technologies damage proteins or lipids. So like silage, when we add acids, hydrolysis, it's more mild technology, or fish meal production is really good technologies, but we try to find new ways to extract more and high quality products, because normally we have quite good quality of raw materials. So just technology needs to be applied to produce good quality and products. So in Foodimar, we try to apply this technology where in the beginning we try to fractionate bones or heads or skins into 2 fractions where we have protein-rich or muscle-rich fraction and clean bone skins. Because, and when you can see in percentage, actually with muscles, it's up to 82%. So we still have a lot of muscles which are poor, not rich in collagen and gelatin. So it's not point to extract collagen and gelatin from this fraction. And then we have quite clean bones and skins which can be used for gelatin. So where we use this muscle mass. So we can use for products at once, like fish cakes, fish burgers, and also after simple washing procedures, we can produce these neutral proteins, very nice proteins, which can be also used as supplement in different formulations. And then collagen and gelatin from clean bones and skins. Yes, so again, when we look for collagen in skins, so again, we should remember that we need to know how much of this of collagen we can extract. And if you see for this four fish skins we're working in the project, so the first line shows how much of hydroxyproline, proline, glycine, the main collagen amino acids we have in dried raw materials. So again, you see it varies quite significant when we have like almost 30% gram of these three amino acids compared to sea bream skin, where we have only 9 grams. So we cannot extract more than 9 grams in general. When we look at percentage, so all these proteins are rich in this collagen amino acids. So it shows that it's good raw material to start, but we should be aware when we extract final product. Okay, just very, very short, we used 2 different technologies. One was very, very simple, where we have pre-treatment and extraction, and also technology B. It was more traditional, just to compare, but it's long. It includes some chemicals, but the extraction part was very similar. And when it comes to results, so yeah, just remember how much we can extract. And we see that we can extract quite significant amount of gelatins. Like, yeah, just you need to compare like 12 grams. It's quite a lot, because in general, we could extract only 20 grams, for example, from cod skins. It's the same tendency for all raw materials. And from when we look for technologies, technology B gave a little bit higher yields, but as I said, it's longer technology. It includes more chemicals, so we need to think what kind of technology we need to use for the project. And also, it's not only grams, but also, as I said, efficiency. When we look for how much of dry material we can extract, so you see, we extracted up to 50% of possible dry material. So it looks that really, even using simple technology, we can extract quite good amounts of collagen or gelatin. Yeah, as I mentioned, technology B gave a little bit higher yield, and we can extract up to 30 grams of dry collagen or gelatin from fish skin. Yes, and now when we extract this gelatin and collagen, we need to look for purity, for quality, and functional testing. Of course, in the project, we want to find 3 ingredients which will be used further for production of at least 3 food applications, 3 products, which will be tested when later in the project. And of course, we'll look for sustainability, how our technologies influence both yields, both society, environment, everything what is needed. And profitability, of course, needs to be evaluated. We'll try to evaluate and to find the best way to produce high quality proteins. And yeah, final remark, it's like, we will try our best to find a way how from the rest to find the best nutritional and functional ingredients to produce products for a market. Yes, so this is the possibilities to look a little bit more about our project. So you're welcome to ask questions or connect to us via these possibilities.
Thank you so much, Rasa. That's really interesting, especially even for me who works on this project with you, to hear your results presented. We have a few minutes before the next speaker needs to start. So I wonder if anyone has a really quick question that they'd like to ask Rasa. If you do,
okay,
please feel free.
I thought that will not have, because
only really quick. No, you did really. It was really great. Thank you, Rasa. If anyone has a question, if they could put their hand up in the chat really quickly. Sorry, in the chat. If not, then we can ask our next speaker. Thank you, Rasa, very much. So up next we have Maya, who's going to be presenting Baltic Muppets, valorizing small blue mussels. So Maya, I will let you share your screen.
Thank you so much. Whoops. Sorry. Let's see if we can make this happen as it should. I think so. Yes, Freya, looks
We can see that. Yeah.
amazing. Thank you so much. So thank you, everybody. Really nice to see so many people here. I think a few of you have seen me from before, also from just introducing the working group. But now I'm going to take on a different role, put on a different hat, and present the Baltic Maps project. So I am the coordinator of the project Baltic Muppets, which works on the side stream valorization of blue mussels, mainly in the Baltic Sea, but also kind of in the Danish, German, yeah, depends on what the definition of the Baltic Sea is, I guess. For those of you who are not super engaged in the mussel industry, we have a particular challenge in the Baltic Sea, which is the low salinity. And the low salinity of the water creates really small mussels. But this is also a side stream for more conventional mussel cultivations in other areas of the world. However, mussel cultivation can be a really good environmental kind of measure. And obviously, they also have high value for a lot of different applications. In the Baltic Sea, however, we haven't really worked with any of these applications before, since we haven't had any cultivations due to the small size. But to kind of be able to use it as a strategy to tackle the eutrophication in the Baltic Sea, the Baltic Muppets project aims to develop these new value chains for small mussels. So we can see the small mussels either as side streams from other cultivations in other areas of the world, or you can just kind of see the small mussels as a side stream in itself. But then obviously we also have the shells, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this. Some of the challenges that we are working with in the project is kind of the acceptance of mussel cultivation as a sea-based measure. There are no real ways to measure kind of sedimentation or positive or negative environmental balance and impact. And this is something that we're going to work a bit more with now in the coming months of the project. And as I said, this is a very underdeveloped market. There's a lack of market push. There are also a lot of barriers when it comes to the regulation to use Baltic Sea mussels, mainly for food applications. And this is why this is not really a market that we are targeting at the moment. And then we are also experiencing challenges with the technology that needs to be improved, which we have worked a lot with. And I'm going to come to this soon. So yeah, as I said, kind of the scope of the project is to create a new value chain for these small mussels in the Baltic Sea region. And the target market that we are working with is high value pet food products. And we're also targeting other consumers when it comes to the side streams that we get from the small mussels. Just as an introduction to the project and the funding, this is an I3 project, which comes from, so yeah, it's Interregional Innovation Investment Instrument, actually 4 I's. And the thematic area is green transition. We're receiving, yeah, the total budget is a little bit more than 7 million euros. And we actually just got the extension approval from the commission. So we're going to continue the project until March next year. And we have 13 partners from Sweden, Denmark, Germany, and we also have a success based in Ireland, and some associated partners in Sweden as well. these are the main objectives of the project, what we're trying to do. This is really an investment project. So we've spent, we have spent and we will spend even more money on kind of technological investments to increase the TRL of these value chains. We want to lower the production cost and the energy costs and also create the demand for these products. And the way that we are doing this is to also adapt the existing factories that we already have and to kind of develop prototypes based on what we're doing with the submerged farms. And a big part of the I3 program, which is also where the investment is to mobilize SMEs, and we are also helping other SMEs outside of the project to get into this market and to help us develop the value chains that we need. As an introduction, this is the mussel farms that we are working with. It's called a submerged mussel farm. And one of the reasons is to avoid the ice, which can be a bit problematic in the Baltic Sea when it comes to mussel farming, but also to work with the social acceptance and the environmental impact of the farm. So you can see here that the actual mussel lines are submerged in the water, and they're kind of hanging on these lines in the water, and then they are secured with concrete blocks at the bottom to not drift away. But this has been proved a really, really nice way to cultivate the mussels. So one of the investment has been to expand these mussel farms both in Denmark and in Sweden, and also to try them out in Kiel. And that is also me mentioning kind of the three business cases or the three pilots that we're working with. We have the Swedish farm Ecopelag in Västervik, and then we have Kilemiris farm in Kiel, and then we have Vitrup Seafood in Denmark. And this brings me a little bit to what the side streams we are actually working with in the project. And the work package 3 is kind of the main work package where we are touching upon these side stream uses, and we are working with kind of production line development and optimization, but then also the transport system and valorization of shell and waste mussels. And when it comes to waste mussels, this is both waste mussels from the Swedish farm, which only has small mussels, but it's also waste mussels from the other farms, which actually have mussels for human consumption, but that we want to use for other uses, which in this case is pet food or the garden products that we are developing. And these are really the two side streams that we have, and that we are focusing on the project. We have the small blue mussels from conventional farms. These can be used for pet food production at the Baltic Sea factory, which we are working with. It's part of Ecopelag, and they have really built up a new processing chain to these small mussels. And then we also have Blue Research and the Vitrup Seafood, and they will now in the last part of the project also investigate a bit more if we can actually use these small mussels for ecosystem services. So, for example, to establish reefs under the farms, but to create a value for these side stream mussels from the conventional farm that can't be used for the conventional consumption that the mussels are otherwise cultivated for. But then, of course, as everybody knows, we usually don't eat the shells from mussels. So both from the conventional farms, but also from the small blue mussel farm, we have a shell side stream. And here we have Grobruket in Sweden that have developed a garden fertilizer and a soil enhancer. And this is done together with Ecopelag, kind of setting up a whole process for doing this on a more on a kind of market-ready scale. And this product is going to be available a little bit later in the project, kind of on the side of the pet food product that we already have. But then we also have Kiel University as part of the project that are investigating more alternative uses of the shells, such as cosmetics or nutraceuticals, and this really something that we want to work more with. So I'm opening up for anyone who is interested to contact maybe me is the best one, and this is something that we could discuss further. And here are some examples of the actual kind of tangible products that we have developed. We have the pet food production from Ekopelagen and Östersjöfabriken. For those of you who were in Mission Arena last week, you got to see some of our samples that we presented. We have 4 different products at the moment from Ekopelag, 2 or 1 dry freeze-dried product, 1 roasted product, and then we have kind of powder or spice versions of those, and that's 100% mussel-based. And then we have our newest recipe on more a complete pet food product from Kiel University that you can see in the picture with the samples, the one on the right. And here you can also see the production facilities at Ekopelag that they have adapted to handle the small mussels. Here we can see some examples of the soil enhancers or fertilizers that we have coming up from Grobruket. There is a report out, actually 2 reports. I'm gonna show them a little bit later, but on how the development of the hygienization of the mussel shells connected to regulation, and also the development of the recipes of these soil enhancers and fertilizers have gone. Even if we're not creating anything for human consumption or for any kind of consumption, apart from kind of plant consumption of nutrients, there are still a lot of regulations when it comes to handling waste streams from animals. And I'm going to mention these just a tiny bit in a second, but this is really something that's very relevant to consider when you are working with different kinds of side streams. Because even if side stream is a nicer way to put it, a lot of the time it falls under the category of waste. And this is something that we have to reconsider, I think. And then here, just also to mention that mussels also can be an ecosystem enhancer, and this is what Trip and Blue Research are going to look more at. How can we use the side stream mussels from the farm to actually create benefits for the environment around the farm? And we can also see this as kind of a value that is coming out from the mussel production. And it's really important that we start looking away from only the tangible product values from different kinds of blue economy. And we also have to look at kind of environmental positive impacts that it can create and the value that this can have in itself. So this is something that we're going to look more on. And also Tartu University has been working a lot with quantifying these effects. And you can all go to the Operational Decision Support System. It's called ODSS. It's available online, and there you can actually calculate kind of the impact of your farm in different areas of the Baltic Sea, depending on the salinity and the biomass growth of the mussels, and see how it affects or how much nutrient your farm would absorb. And also to mention the regulations. It's never fun to talk about regulations, at least not for me. I'm a marine biologist, and I would rather not have a lot of red tape in the way. But as I think you all know, this is a very important part of working with any kind of product in general. And we are really expecting a lot of changes in the regulations when it comes to circular economy. It's becoming increasingly important to allow for circular systems, and this will hopefully soon be reflected also in the regulatory environment. But one thing that is important to mention here is, For mussels, we have to consider the legislation for animal byproducts. And this is defined as dead animals or parts involved in any commercial activity. This is then commercial activity not intended for human consumption, because then different legislations kind of kick in. And dead mussels are classified as an animal byproduct within this legislation. It's a low risk class, but it's still something that has to be considered. And you have to use approved methods to hygienize these materials before you actually use them to remove any potential risk to public and animal health. So here it's really important to know what kind of side stream you're actually working with. Because if you're working with alive mussels as a side stream, then this is not classified as an animal byproduct. But if the mussels are dead, or if you're working with a shell, then this is something that you have to consider. This is just an example of kind of the system that had to be set up from Ekoplab and Grobruket when developing these processes. And you can see it's very intricate, and there is a lot of thought that has to go into this to actually get to the end product. And if you're interested to read more or hear more about this, then please take a look at our website. Here you can see some of the reports that we have out at the moment that are kind of touching upon all of this that I've been talking about. We have a report on the production line and kind of the installation and setup. We have a report on the hygienization process and what steps had to be gone through. We have the operational decision support and a report on maps for quantification of environmental impact. We have a regulatory overview of mussel farming and product production in our three main countries that we are working with: Sweden, Denmark, and Germany. And soon coming up, we also have some more results, like a list of bottlenecks remaining, and also a more holistic sustainability assessment of mussel farming and the sustainability value of ecosystem services from mussel farming and the products. So this is something to wait for. They are going to be available later this year or beginning of next year. But unless anybody has any questions, I think that I will hand over back to Freya or to the next speaker. Thank you. I think Freya might have needed to let some workers in to her apartment. So if anybody has any, I think we have time for one question. Yeah, Maria?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
For the presentation, by the way. I'm just curious regarding the concrete blocks that you have to, support the whole mussel farm. Have you thought of, there's a lot of projects, both with DTWAC and other startups, that use this type of concrete blocks to develop natural reefs. Have you thought of that as, let's call it a holistic approach to the whole biodiversity component of the program? I don't know if you mentioned that. Maybe you already mentioned.
No, I didn't mention it, but yeah, that is actually a part of what we're doing. So we're doing Vitrup Seafood and Blue Research, and I'm doing trials with kind of biodiversity friendly concrete blocks. And we will have a report on the results also later this year on how that has gone. But it's also part of the project and part of the kind of biodiversity enhancement work that we're doing.
Yeah. And can I ask, by the way, which species are you targeting, or is it still under developing?
For the biodiversity?
Yeah. I mean, because depending on the reefs types, it targets different species, right?
It's non-specific at the moment. So
Okay.
we're trying out the blocks to see how it goes and what happens. But I'm sure that we'll have some more results on it when we're releasing the report.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to hand over to Bertha from Nofima.
Hi, thank you. Let's see if my technology is going to work today.
It looks like it's working well. Perfect.
It's always risky business. Okay. By the way, really nice presentations, Maya, both from you and Rasa. So my name is Birte. I'm a senior researcher at Nofima, and I'm going to talk a bit of some of our projects that contributes to utilization of side streams. And I'm not going to go into details, but I'm going to give an overview of some of the projects. And I was asked to focus on shellfish projects. So I'm going to start by saying a few words about Nofima. For the ones of you who don't know about Nofima, we are a food research institute in Norway, and we focus on research and innovation that contributes to sustainable food production and management of resources, both from the land and from the sea. And we have 5 locations in Norway. The main office is in Tromsø, where I'm situated. And fun fact, we still have... Someone is, yeah. Fun fact, we still have quite a bit of snow in Tromsø, and it snowed yesterday. We are divided into 3 divisions: aquaculture, seafood, and food. I am a part of the marine biotechnology group, which is part of the seafood division. Yeah. So in the marine biotechnology group, we work a lot of with different raw materials and marine biomasses, both fish, crustacean, and algae. And our goal is to develop an innovative solution. And the main goal is that the most should go to food, but sometimes, like Maya mentioned, the regulatory aspects, you cannot use it for food. And once it's been, biomass has been defined as an animal byproduct, you can never upgrade it to foods again. Yes, so some of the shellfish projects that Nofima works on, we work on different crustacean species, both on the smallest one, a type of copepod called Calanus, and but we also work with one of the largest crustacean, which is the king crab. We work with mussels, we work with oysters, we work with echinoderms, which is a sea urchin as well. But I'm going to give a few examples of some of the projects we're working on. This is one of them. It's called Shelter. And it's trying to use invasive species, so in this case, the Pacific oyster, and the shell of the Pacific oyster. It's a collaboration between Nofima and a Portuguese company. And as also Maya mentioned, the use of the shell fraction can be challenging. But in this project, we tested it for use in cement or mortar. So we tested both with oyster, but also urchin and king crab. So Nofima provided the raw material and to the company in Portugal, and tested different inclusions and the different raw materials. And what we found was that oysters in the mortar provided a lower strength than the traditional mortar. So yeah, It can be used, but we need to be aware of this, that it might be a lower strength of the mortar. But that is like, and here you can also use products that is an animal byproduct, so it's not for food. So when it's categorized as a animal byproduct, you can use it for mortar. Another project is called CELS, Circular Economy of Limpet Shells. So Go Limpets is a startup company. So their aim is to commercialize the North Atlantic limpet species. It's a very popular marine mollusk, but only a small part of the limpets is edible. So here again, the shells considered waste and sent to landfills. One of the things we wanted to look at was the potential for chitin extraction. Chitin, or chitosan, of course, is used in many applications, cosmetics and shampoos and whatnot. However, we didn't find any chitin, or very, very small amounts of chitin. What we did find was a large amount of calcium carbonate, which has several uses. However, the problem is that calcium carbonate can be found in limestone, and it's very cheap. So the calcium carbonate from marine sources is really more expensive. Both these projects were funded by EAA grants. Let's see. And then we have a few snow crab and king crab projects. One snow crab project we have quite a few years ago. We did an enzymatic extraction where we extracted the proteins and the lipids from the side streams, which is the shells. So only in the snow crab, only the legs are eaten. So, and then you have like the house, which is the main part, and the intestines. And the oil, it was like a bright orange oil. And the protein fractions was actually made as a flavor enhancer and tested in Asian markets. And currently we have a new snow crab projects, and actually tomorrow we're going to receive live snow crab that we're going to process and extract both lipids and proteins. So that will be exciting. And in the case of king crab, actually in some cases the whole king crab can be considered a side stream or an underutilized species, because the red king crab fisheries is divided into a quoted regulated area, which is on the 26th meridian and eastover. So at the very top of Norway and then east towards Russia. However, the rest of the Norwegian coast, the king crab is considered an invasive species, and we want to spread the limitation. So when the fisherman is out, if they get king crab, is forbidden actually to return it to the seas. So there's an abundance of juvenile, really small red king crabs below commercial sizes. So we wanted to look at what we can do with this. And then we had a project where we set up a king crab hotel. So we used lumpfish, which is a byproduct or side stream from the salmon farming industry, and use that, try to use that as a feed for the red king crab. So we had them in this holding facility for 3 months. We had 24 juvenile red king crabs, and we fed them different feeds. So both the dry feed and the dry feed that we coated with this lumpfish hydrolysate, or the protein fraction. Also diced lumpfish, and a combination of the dry feed and the lumpfish. And the reason why we kept them in this king crab hotel was that we could monitor the individual feed intake, but also they can be they can do cannibalism and eat each other if they are kept together. So what we found that the crab actually exhibited a preference for the lumpfish containing diets, particularly with the dry feed that was coated in the lumpfish hydrolysates. So that suggests that the lumpfish has an appetite stimulant effect. However, we didn't find any significant differences in the meat content in the crab legs, but we think that it was a relatively short trial with only 3 months. Where am I time-wise? Yes, okay. And then for this this crab, we had the dry feed, and the dry feed was actually produced as at our facilities in Bergen, which we have in addition to our offices, we have what's called ATC, which is the Aquaculture Feed Technology Center, and test new ingredients and develop feed. So we have process technology, extrusion, feed technology. We have an analytical platform, and we also have a small hydrolysis production facility where we can use it for ingredients for test ingredients. So this is very handy when we have make a process in the lab if you want to extract proteins and then you want to scale it up. The next I'm going to mention is this BioTap. I know some of you are familiar with it. It's a semi-industrial production facility located near Tromsø. So it's a rental facility that is operated by Nofima to move products from the lab until more industrial scale production. So companies, instead of building their own factory, can actually rent this factory to reduce like the risk of getting access to the market and produce product in a larger scale at a higher TRL level. BioTap is food grade approved. We can use it for marine materials and plant-based materials. And we have 4 experienced process operators. Here we have Hans Rikard and Alexander, who works there. So both other research companies and industry can rent these facilities. Yes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. I'm sorry I only caught the end of it, so I'll have to go back to the recording and watch it. I apologize for that. But yeah, it looks really interesting. So yeah, just to keep to the timing, and yeah, if anyone has any questions, can you please either add them to them at the end. But up next we have Annette from Business Lowell & Foster, and she's going to be talking about saltwater from RAS, treatment of technical water used in symbiosis from the project Tetris. So Annette, are you happy to share your screen? Oh, I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. And if I'm lucky, you can also watch my presentation. No?
That would be ideal. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Fantastic. Yes. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Annette Lottrup-Moore, and I am a project manager at the Business Lowell & Falster. And besides that, I am the proud parent of Tetris pilot number 1. So today I will wear my very large Tetris hat. Being situated in the Baltic Sea, large-scale fish production only can be sustainably produced on land in recirculating aquaculture systems, RAS systems. Tetris is looking at how RAS production can be incorporated into industrial symbiosis to improve the economic and environmental sustainability of RAS systems. In Pilot 1, we're looking at water treatment technologies which can make RAS production possible and feasible through repurposing process water as technical water for other industrial uses. Other pilots are looking into utilization of geothermal resources in Lithuania, best use of land and resources in an integrated agro-industrial park, which includes RAS in Estonia, and a small-scale RAS for data collection and social awareness, which is also in Denmark and in the same area as we're located. The project results will be summarized in a number of deliverables, which includes business cases, it includes regulatory guidelines, communication material, policy recommendation, and technical recommendations for future developers and innovators. And as for Business Lolland Falster, we are a business support and promotion organization. We've been conceived by the two municipalities of Guldborgsund and Lolland and represents around 500 commercial members. We have been working on bringing agriculture to our region for quite a number of years now, because one, we have 600 kilometers of coastline, but no fishing industry, being in the Baltic Sea. And we want to make the Baltic Sea great again, not only for tourists, but also for the good of all of us who lives around and utilizes the Baltic Sea. Sorry. There we go. Pilot 1 is addressing how to dispose of 2 million cubes of nutrient-enriched salt water from a production facility with a capacity of around 5,000 tons of salmon a year. This is a thought example. The fish factory do not exist. Within the RAS facility, the wastewater is cleaned to the same level as a modern wastewater treatment plant and would normally be returned to the ocean under discharge permit. However, because we're in the Baltic Sea, there we go. Because we're in the Baltic Sea, it is not realistic to get a discharge permit. So the prerequisite of establishing RAS production is therefore to figure out how to dispose of the wastewater. At the same time, in Denmark, although all drinking water is fresh water, it's groundwater, there's no legal requirement to provide industrial customers with groundwater. So the municipalities or the utilities can provide industrial customers with cleaned wastewaters as long as it lives up to the drinking water requirements. And as groundwater resources are scarce, this gives rise to a new industry where we can exploit the water resource from such a facility. In Pilot 1, we're focusing on filtration processes, which was not only result in drinking water quality for industrial utilization, but also enable the filtered fraction to be discharged off or reused sustainably. We have looked at a variety of solutions to solve this issue. However, the issue with the majority of these solutions is the inability of removing the final 5 to 10% of nitrogen and phosphorus. We've looked close at 4 solutions, which all have the desired characteristics in the right configurations, but the right configuration doesn't necessarily suit the purpose of this pilot. So we have opted for a membrane filtration solution. Apologies. There you go. The scope of Tetris 1 includes pilot test on producing technical water, where we tested the membrane technology, ceramic ultrafiltration, reverse osmosis, and membrane distillation for producing technical water, drinking water quality from the RAS wastewater. We are also looking at feasibility and economics. We are assessing the feasibility, the investment, and the operational cost to support sustainable agriculture in Lolland Falster. Outside the scope of the project is the reject water reuse. However, different reuse scenarios has been explored: agriculture, biogas, sea discharge, and wastewater treatment under the Danish regulations, and assessment of regulatory constraints for different discharge scenarios. Although it's out of the scope, we have touched upon this subject because failing to address it could have detrimental knock-on effects to a potential project. In October last year, we executed the filtration test at the Skagen Salmon's production facility in Skagen with the help of external experts from Rambøll and equipment suppliers Boldfilter. The tests were carried out on the wastewater ready for discharge. First, the water went through ultrafiltration, and afterwards the permeate, which is the clean fraction, went through reverse osmosis. There was a large number of samples taken, some of them shown in the picture. And part of the permeate from the ultrafiltration was also collected and sent to DTU for trials on membrane distillation to exhibit if desalination could be done more cost effectively utilizing waste heat from the industry, which is quite relevant as one of the potential off-takers of technical water could be a future power-to-X facility, which has a copious amount of waste heat available. As part of the pilot test, the composition of the ultrafiltrated / reverse osmosis permeate was analyzed at different recovery rates, and key findings show that the reverse osmosis process significantly reduces salts, ions, and organic matter, improving the water quality. And we see that at a 65% recovery rate, the results are considered accurate and they demonstrate compliance with drinking water standards. If we look at the membrane distillation results, the distillate water quality is exceptionally high, and the membrane distillation process effectively removes organic and metal contaminants. So overall, the reverse osmosis process at 65% recovery and the membrane distillation process both produce water of very high quality. This means that the application potential has been established as one for general industrial use. It can be used for cooling systems as it prevents scaling and corrosion. It could be used for cleaning and high pressure cleaning as it leaves no residues, and it could be utilized in concrete production where it ensures durability and strength. Alternatively, it could be used in within energy and power-to-X technologies as the input for hydrogen production. Of course, it needs further purification to meet ultra-pure water requirements. The reject water from both reverse osmosis and membrane distillation, however, is characterized by high salinity, low organic matter, and elevated concentrations of heavy metals and ammonia. This makes it challenging to reuse directly. One, the salinity and presence of heavy metals processes like biogas production and ammonia levels are concerning for both agricultural and marine applications. It should be noted in this context that the salt content of the water from Skagen salmon is considerably higher than the salinity present in the project area, and this will of course be taken into account in the final report. Well, the high salinity and heavy metals content limit the use of reject water for agricultural irrigation. The factors can result in soil salination, in reduced crop yields, and long-term soil degradation. However, there are potential solutions such as diluting the reject water with fresh water or using salt-tolerant crops. For areas where irrigation with reject water is considered, treatment technologies to remove heavy metals and manage ammonia levels are essential. I am not very lucky with getting my slides to change here. With biogas production from reject water, there is significant challenges due to high salinity and low organic content and the ammonia toxicity. These factors hinder microbial activity in anaerobic digesters. It makes biogas production less viable. There are solutions like pre-treatment to reduce salinity and ammonia levels, and there are specialized microbial systems that can make it more feasible. However, reject water with high concentrations of heavy metals remain a barrier to biogas production. Nature of reject also makes direct discharge to recipient impossible, and it makes pre-treatment a necessity. Especially in Denmark, where you can't just get rid of. If you concentrate your reject, you'll have to dilute it again, really, to get rid of it. The environmental concerns include high chloride and sodium concentrations, and this may disrupt the salinity balance in marine environment. It includes elevated ammonia and nitrogen levels, which could contribute to eutrophication and cause algae blooms and oxygen depletion, and heavy metals, which can, of course, be toxic to marine life. Before discharging water to wastewater treatment plants, it is essential to address high salinity, ammonia levels, and heavy metals that may disrupt microbial treatment processes. The high ammonia levels can overwhelm nitrogen removal capacities, leading to inefficiency. The heavy metals pose a further risk by accumulating in sludge, which affects environmental safety. And advanced treatment technologies such as reverse osmosis, ammonia stripping, and heavy metals removal systems are necessary to ensure reject water meets the strict discharge standards and does not cause harm to receiving water bodies. To summarize, the analysis of permeate and reject water highlights their distinct roles and challenges in various applications. The permeate water, particularly from membrane distillation treatment, is close to meeting Danish drinking water standards, but still needs some adjustments, particularly for ammonia and for pH levels. It is highly suitable for industrial applications like cooling and cleaning, but reverse osmosis permeates still require additional treatment for full compliance. On the other hand, the reject water presents significant challenges due to its high salinity, nitrogen and heavy metal content. So while it holds potential for agricultural fertilizer, it must adhere to strict regulation to avoid harming soil health. Unfortunately, it is unsuitable for biogas production due to its salts and low organic content. For marine discharge, careful treatment is required to ensure compliance with environmental standards and to avoid damaging marine ecosystems. What is yet to do? We still need to complete technical and economic assessment, which include costing a full-scale water treatment plant, which includes both CapEx and OpEx. We need to estimate what it will cost to treat and dispose of the reject fraction, and we need to disseminate our result. As part of the dissemination, Tetris will partake in the Danish Food Summit next week, and we will co-host a debate on land-based aquaculture at the Food Summit on Thursday, the 15th of May. The event is free of charge and open for everybody, so you're most welcome. We will also have a Tetris Final Conference on the 6th of November, which will be co-hosted with the Bioeconomy Conference, and more info will follow closer to the event. Both of these events are in Nykøbing Falster, which is 1.5 hours after Copenhagen and can be reached by train. So welcome. Feel free to ask questions, and if I can't answer, I would like to put you in touch with my technical experts for any questions in relation to the filtration tests. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annette. I'll ask anyone that has any questions to wait until the end. But yeah, thank you so much for that. That was really interesting. I look forward to seeing some more of your results soon. So then up next we have Eftalia, who's going to talk to us about the algae industry study. So Eftalia, are you able to share your screen? Fantastic. Oh, you had it and then it's gone.
Hello and good morning. Here, I wanted to share it like this.
Yes, perfect.
I think it's better. Yeah, okay, cool. Good morning, everyone, and apologies that I missed the beginning. I have to go for a school visit. So here I am. I missed some very nice presentations in the morning. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I must say that I'm very happy to be here, returning. And I'm very impressed by the amount of women, the gender issue here in this room. Ladies, you rule. I'm sorry, guys. I would like to see some faces also. It is as it's a working group meeting, we usually do it with a more like a casual atmosphere. So I would invite you all to put your hair down and maybe open your camera so we can also see each other for once. And welcome also to new faces, because I saw that there are many old faces in the room, or actually not no names, but I have seen the faces. But also welcome a lot new faces here. So welcome and enjoy your stay, as we say. So yeah, I'm also part of the Submariner team, but here I'm also presenting a project of ESPRO, who is holding the secretariat of Submariner Network. And here is a project that we are presenting on. It's a direct contract with the Commission, where we are developing a study for support sustainable algae industry. I see also Anda in the room. Thank you. So the project is finishing actually in June, middle of June. So we're going to have a lot of new projects. This is a project with DG Mar and Sinea. The study that I will present here is a little bit different from what I have seen so far. So we are talking about organic production, and we're going to have a study on what alternative nutrients we would need to produce microalgae on land for organic agricultural product applications like fertilizer and biostimulants. So bear with me. And so the objectives of the study was to assess what the state of play of using alternative resources of nutrients for the purpose I mentioned, but we emphasize on analyze the legal framework and the application of EU laws, basically, because it's a quite complicated organic production for fertilizers at the moment, especially when it comes to algae inputs. And then develop validated recommendations of what viable sources and nutrients we could use for such scenarios that the Commission would like to know to support in the future, considering economic, legal, and environmental dimensions. So the concept is about circularity at heart, starting from circular nutrients for algae growth. I think on microalgae growth on land. Then we produce microalgae on land with its nutrients, be it nitrogen and phosphorus, or be it carbon, as carbon dioxide, for example. Then we produce fertilizing products from microalgae, and that would go for organic production. So, and then we produce crops and residues, and then go back to the cycle. So, and then we're thinking about like what kind of nutrients we would need for this cycle to be compatible, first of all, with regulation. To start with, I can say that there is, of course, a strategy for organic production in farm to fork, that we have 30% of organic production on land for food by 2030, so 30 by 30. And this is a status of European member states at the moment. on organic land use. We have a lot of changes at the moment with the new Commission having the new Circular Economy Act, the new clean energy directive coming up, that they are expecting to change a lot in the regulatory framework, which complicates a little bit our study also. And also there is an ongoing plan for Repower EU that is about circularity and anaerobic biogas production, and then the digestate that goes back to the land for agriculture, for example. And then there is organizations like ESPP, for example, that they are very active like us, organizing workshops with the Commission and actors like you, understanding the legal issues of using algae and circulating nutrients. In this framework, we are looking at 3 solutions. That was also very close to the EU for Algae project, as many of you are involved. I see a hand open up. Freya, should I take it? Should I continue?
Yeah, please.
What's the rules here? I just follow the rules.
My mic's not working.
Okay.
There we go. Please just continue. We'll have all questions at the end.
Okay, thank you. So we are dealing with autotrophic microalgae on land with a scenario of recycling nutrients as side streams like nitrogen and phosphorus. We are dealing with a scenario of recycling CO2 from side streams, but also we are looking at the possibility of using mixotrophic scenarios, so using actually side streams for production of heterotrophic of mixotrophic microalgae on land. Not to confuse with wastewater, because this is not part of this work stream. There is another work package actually in the study that's focusing, for example, in the waste streams and wastewaters. This is more relevant for you, Annette, for example. We are dealing with streams that they are not having a legal status of waste. Okay, just to clarify. This is a complicated, also legal label of what is a side stream and what is a waste, but we're trying to keep it at bay, and I will bring this up. So from analyzing the legal barriers in organic production, mainly we have the 2 laws. This is the 484 for 2018 and the implementation law 2021-1165. This is on inputs for production of organic production, especially fertilizers, for example, and also there is some remarks of algae. So it's a big organic production law. And then they have too many pathways, first of all, to bring organic fertilizers to the market. And when I say organic, I mean for organic production, not organic like bio-based fertilizers. So there is one, they harmonized rules of European Commission, and the other one is the national pathway. In this, I'm talking about the European harmonized rules here. The hierarchy for waste-based fertilizers should come first. So we're not talking about waste, we're talking about side streams. So if you want to bring a product to the market based on waste, it has to go through end of waste criteria. Your nutrients or produced algae with waste, then you have to go in authorization through the fertilizer product regulation, and only if you get the authorization from there, you can then apply for organic production. So there is some hierarchy here. From the analysis of the laws, algae are not included in the definition, so it's actually a 3rd family of organisms, so to say. So it's not terrestrial plants, it's not also aquatic, it's not animals. The algae was discriminated in this law, so there is no rules that apply for terrestrial plants or are applying for algae. So there is no level playing basically for algae. It makes it very complicated for industry to work with organic regulation to bring any products in the market. That's the baseline. Only nutrients from plant and mineral origin are allowed, like struvite, for example. And then like animal byproducts is not allowed, or manure or anything like that. Or even non-factory farming, so not even organic dairy farms, digestates is allowed, okay? Yeah, only we are talking about microalgae on land, so no seaweeds. We cannot put fertilizers at sea at the moment. Yeah, I think that yeah, and there is no. We can use, as far as I understand, any input for organic production as long as plant-based. So it could be also non-organic plant-based nutrients used for organic production here. I'm talking only about algae. And when I talk about seaweed, then for CO2, it should be. It's a new law. Now CO2 will be allowed for in the new amendment that was published as a draft in 2025. CO2 is finally will be added in a list of inputs that's allowed for microalgae production for organic regulation, and then it's going to be food grade CO2 for you to know. Yeah, so we're analyzing the nutrients that we can use here. So it could be fermentation byproducts from wine, beer, and bread production. It could be also digestate of plant-based, only plant-based digestate that doesn't contain manure, okay? And then also side streams. Yeah, then we analyze a little bit this sustainability and the availability and the regulatory compliance of different effluents, and then we can see there's a lot of effluents in Europe based on wine production, for example, here, and the identities that are very low nitrogen and phosphorus effluents here, but there is also CO2, so they have to be treated somehow. Maybe with mixotrophic algae would be the solution instead of using bacteria. For a plant-based anaerobic digestion, digestates, that's a little bit thin ice with a very gray zone also. Here, again, it shouldn't be waste, it should be a side stream. And then maybe if you get a side stream can get nowadays a certification for digestate, and through that can be also have a quality assurance, increasing its price, and also can have more uses, commodification of digestate, so to say, for also non-waste uses, right? And there is a lot of digestate at the moment with a new Repower EU. There will be 10 times more digestate in the future. But also the digestate is much more concentrated here, so it has to be diluted for using for microalgae. Yeah, that is the legal framework. I'm looking at the time here. So this last column, it summarizes all the findings, basically. We are talking about North European case and South European case in order to be what species we use. We are talking about chlorella, Mabley, and Cenedesmus that will be allowed. Cenedesmus is also mixotrophic activity. Spirulina would be a nice idea, but it's not allowed by existing law. Yeah. So so far, recommendation would be that we have some. So we have the new CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, would be nice to help into supporting farmers processing digestates, make it more accessible also to farms, promote standardization of effluents also at member state level for market development. There are some national also schemes, but should be promoted also for to be understandable also by all member states, and promote it so we can be using it more for product development. Yeah, we're missing definitions of what is algae and what is organic. There's a lot of confusion here with this organic production and organic fertilizers. They're very different elements. Yeah, and even experts are sometimes confused. Okay. Then we have to clarify the level playing for these two main laws for organic production, for level playing with terrestrial plants, and non-discriminate algae here. Then publish European national pathways for new marketing of organic products using inputs, because there is there is this national pathway to produce to market fertilizer, and there is the EU harmonized way, and we have seen that companies actually have to deal with both systems in the end, and even the authorities are not informed. So this is still new. So we have to have we suggest member state main contact points and guidelines to help more create push and not create alleviate the barriers for industry that want to market organic fertilizer, organic algae products. Acceptance of organic farming, potentially organic farming manure digestate for organic algae, organic aquaculture. It's a little bit easy to think about it, but it should be the organic. It should be following it also in the supply, in the value chain, considering that we avoid the contaminants, which is the main factor in ensuring safety. And then also publish maybe national court proceedings of what countries are doing at the member states, so we can be also accessible to companies that they would like also to bring it up more to their country as a good practices. We need exchange of good practices among different solutions. Yeah, I think that's it for me. And I have some questions, but maybe we take it later for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eftalia. Yeah, we've got one more presentation, and then any questions can be asked to any of the speakers after that. So yeah, thank you very much. And so finally, in this session this morning, we have Amparo from Chinese University of Technology, and she is presenting the Circ Algae project and talking about project results on circular processes and products from algae. So Amparo, I hand it to you.
And can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
And can you see my screen?
Yep, we can.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me this morning here. And also thanks to all the previous speakers, because it has been a very interesting morning, learning many things. And also, of course, I feel closer to other projects presented like Foodimar, because I'm also involved there. But now is my time to present the Circ Algae project. So I'm here as project coordinator, but I'm also assistant professor at Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, the west coast of Sweden. And our project is called Circ Algae and stands for Circular Valorisation of Industrial Algae Waste Stream into High-Value Product to foster future sustainable blue biorefinery in Europe. So I guess come very well to the topic of this working group session. What we are aiming to do in Circ Algae, or what we are doing, because now we are passing or getting closer to these 3 years of the project, is to make an integral valorization of this industrial side stream coming from macro and micro algae. And we are aiming to put that into 3 different biorefinery approaches coming into food, feed, and cosmetic applications. And that also tackle very well all the complexity that Maya has mentioned initially, but now Eftalia was saying about the regulation. So it's very complicated to really bring something when it's categorized as a waste or even as a side stream and coming back into the main value. But the initial question is, why valorizing algae waste stream or side stream? Well, the amount of algae produced nowadays, I mean, that is a bit old reference, but I think nowadays is calculated into more than 45 million tons of algae produced yearly. Give you a reference of how big the potential of the algae is for the use, but at the same time you understand like not the full algae is used in the actual industries. So there is cases where 95% of the algae is wasted because the main compound is a very specific lipid or a very specific dye, and that is in the case of the microalgae. But you can also think about macroalgae, like red algae that they are bring from Asian countries to Europe, for instance, to the production of agar molecules. Agar represent only 30% of the total biomass of the algae. Then you can imagine 70% of this full algae is left as a side stream with still a lot of potential, and that is where Circ Algae comes to open new life for these side streams. But the most important part of the initial studies that we have done in Circalgi is understanding from where this algae goes. So we are cultivating or harvesting a different type of macro and microalgae, and as you can see represented in this slide, they go mostly to food for human, also supplement and nutraceutical. Then we decrease a little bit the market, the ones that go to feed, fertilizers that has been presented, and cosmetic is also presented as one of the big 5 applications. However, there is still a lot of space for these down applications that you see very small, and they are increasing over the next or have been increasing over the last years, because we have thanks to the research that is done in algae, we have understood that there are molecules with very high impact application, for instance, for pharmaceutical cases. But it's not also understanding where the algae go, it's also understanding where these algae are produced, because where the algae is used, that means that will be where the side stream will be produced, and that will be the place where we would like to implement a secondary biorefinery in order to use this until now called waste. So you can see here, like in the case of seaweed or macroalgae, France, Ireland, and Spain, they are leading the use of microalgae in Europe, followed by Norway and UK. And you can see also the 8 most represented microalgae, where Ascophyllum, Saccharina, and Palmaria, they are the 3 most used species when it comes to seaweed right now. That changed a little bit, at least in how the distribution is countrywide. When it comes to microalgae, we see that France is really on top head of the microalgae industry right now in Europe, but little by little other countries, they are coming into the implementation of novel companies producing microalgae and also doing some biorefineries of them. There is also something that is predominant here, as you can see in the round graph. The main microalgae, which is even not an algae, is a cyanobacteria. Spirulina is the one taking most of the market use when it comes to this type of algae. So as I say, that is very important to understand first of all where the algae they are produced, which ones they are there, because that will help us to understand what are the potential side streams in order to valorize. And that is what Circalgi has an objective. So it's the exploitation of specific effluent and recalcitrant algae sources that we will have an impact into the European blue economy. And with the impact, we mean we need to, if we are researching and we are implementing a biorefinery, what we want that is to be reflected in numbers. So we need high volume of side stream production. So you can see here a little bit of some of the effluents that we are working within Circalgi is some of laminaria discard, other type of red algae cakes after the carraginans or the agar extraction, as I mentioned before. But there is a lot of spent biomass that come also from microalgae, because once that the microalgae is produced and then they do the fractionation and obtaining, for instance, lipid, which is one of the main current product from microalgae, there is still a percentage of the biomass that is left. There is also other type of solid cakes and residue, and also liquid effluents at the same time, that they can be very rich, and also if you think about volumes, they will generate much bigger volume to treat for the industry. So having a secondary life will be very interesting for them. So our idea is to implement a refinery, putting together mild extraction techniques with conventional extraction, but also introducing subcritical water in order to obtain, for instance, insoluble proteins or fibers or polyphenols from this side stream. This is an overview of what we aim to do. So we aim to understand very well what are the side streams. We try to tackle what will be the main cascade approach in order to obtain the maximum that we can from this side stream, and understanding very well also like the different extract that we are obtaining, what will be the bioactive potential in order to put it into, for instance, cosmetic applications, or if they have functional properties in order to be emulsifiers for food, or even if they have a very good nutritional profile that can be also used in food or feed applications. And we do that into a TRL7. So we have a step of scaling that has finished now. And the most important part for us, or what we believe that will impact more into a industrial step, is we work in a co-design with end users. So they are the one always providing with feedback to see if what we are able to provide from the algae make a difference in their formulations. And you can see we aim to have 12 different demonstrators. So some of them, they have been already produced and tested, and we are finishing with this part. I will show you some example just right now. So that is some of the current side stream we are working with, some of red algae, like Gigartina, Gelidium, brown algae, Laminaria hyperborea produced in or harvesting in Norway, and also some microalgae produced both in Germany but also in Portugal. Very important, as I said, to understand what the side stream is about. So what you can see clearly, if you see the fraction of the red algae by the left side of the screen, you can see like the ash content is too high, meaning like the potential extraction of active compounds will be very little. However, if you check into a Gelidium corneum species, there is still in the residue 80% of organic compounds that could be valorized. Even more when it's the case of Laminaria, so we reach until 84%. But if you check Nanochloropsis, one that they have obtained the main product, they let out a residue which is 95% organic. So a lot of potential there. And one of the alternative techniques that we are implementing is this critical water extraction. So we are using water, and the idea of using water is we are aiming to valorize waste. We don't want to generate more waste. So that's why we try to reduce the use of chemicals, so there is no need for a disposal of extra generated waste at the end. But we put that until very high pressure. As you see, we can reach until 2000 Pascal, and we can also reach very high temperatures, meaning the water will continue being in a liquid state, but the behavior is most close to an organic solvent. So they can go into the biomass that we put in the cell, and they will disrupt and solubilize certain of the fraction of this biomass. So we can even fractionate, so we can do certain times of extraction, so we can have different compounds taken from the algae, and that is clearly represented by these two vials, where we can see the first 15 minutes we see a more brownish extract, which is much richer into phenolic compounds. Whether later in the later extraction, you see the color is starting to be more clear, but what we can see is that we are extracting more clean carbohydrates, for instance. So that are the ingredients that we produce from the different examples of the side stream that we use. These are the ingredients that we have been characterizing, but also giving to the end user for the testing. So what we could revalorize as some example is cellulose in the case of red algae, polysaccharide protein-rich fractions in the case of the red algae Gelidium, in a liquid state, meaning is soluble fraction. High protein recovery from Phaeodactylum and Nanochloropsis, but also bioactive oligos and polymer in the case of Laminaria and Nanochloropsis. So all these fractions, they are valorized for different of the applications that we are now working with the end users into the formulation. You can see in the right graph, for instance, when we look for alternative proteins, as I mentioned, in the case of Gelidium, that will be very low as well as Laminaria. But when we come to microalgae, you remember they were very high organic fraction there. Most of it is proteins. So that will be a very nice source for alternative proteins that they are not competing with other sources there. So as a conclusion, we can say like red macroalgae side stream represent an interesting amount of soluble and insoluble carbohydrates, which is very interesting for both feed and food applications, but in the case of the cellulose, even for cosmetic applications. For brown macroalgae side stream, we have very, I cannot disclose, but we have very, because it is in the middle of a publication, very interesting antioxidant properties, which beneficial health effects. And for microalgae, as I say just before, the protein could be a nice alternative for future application. And we can also see not just the subcritical water, but the other alternative techniques that are high pressure homogenization, also ultrasound extraction, are very valuable in order to obtain these ingredients from the side stream. I've been very brief on the results, but we have been making a lot of results during the project. So I let in this slide just some examples of publications related with the work we have done during Circalgy. I encourage all of you, if you want to read a bit more deep into the different ones, you can visit our Zenodo community, Circalgy community, and there you will have all the different papers that we have published, but at the same time you will have access to the different deliverables, for instance, the one that is that I presented at the beginning of this presentation with the market analysis. But of course, something very important is not just valorize in a scientific way. We would like to make these ingredients coming into a business case. And for that, what is very important is the characterization that we have done, of course, within the whole consortium, but also with public information reviewed by our partners. Now we are in the middle step, so we are testing the biorefinery concept. So we are analyzing the capex and opex of the different activities we are doing, the productivity, and of course the capacity for this. So what I mentioned before was the volumes, how we translate these big volumes of site into big volumes of functional ingredients, and of course, where in Europe that will be interesting to be done. And then finally, end users will be identified and characterize the ingredients, but also where they will like to implement this ingredient and benchmark. So that will give us even more information about cost and technical specification of the Circalgy ingredients for future applications. So here we are in the state of the demonstrator. So I just wanted to show you some of the different testing that we are doing. So we are trying to go for alternative meats, as you can see in the upper picture, with the different fractions. So compared with also, as I say, commercial soya or pea proteins. But we have also made some baking testing with the different extract. And in the case of the cosmetic trial, we have already tested hand cream, toothpaste, serum, shampoo. So we are getting very interesting results here. Just as a final spoiler, I would say you will get information, so just keep following Circalgy, because we are organizing a final conference together with the other two sister projects from the call that Circalgy was granted in the spring of 2026 in Brussels, where we will be talking about further valorization of algae side stream. So with that, I think I finish here, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Amparo. It's great to hear some of the nice results. This project was new to me, so I feel like I know a lot more about it now. So we've come to the end of our presentations for the morning. So now I'm going to open the floor to any questions that anyone has. I saw we had a hand up earlier, but that's gone down now. But if you have any questions, please feel free to put your hand up or put them in the chat. And I'm sure the speakers would be very happy to answer them. Yes, please, Vitas, go ahead.
Yes, hello once again. Actually, chat is not working. I wanted to say that Freya promised to give some information for the tool and so on. And just chat is not working. There was no possibility to answer anything, and we kept silent. It's a lot of questions, a lot of presentations. My question is, would it be possible to have afterwards some presentations and to have contacts of some nice ideas and
Yes, so
use
after this meeting, we send out the recording that will go out on to all of the attendees, and then also all of the presentations will go out. So you'll be able to access that at any time after the recording, after the meeting, and then the contact details for a lot of the presenters will be included in that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for, and apologies about the chat. I'm not sure what was happening there.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions? If not, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Eftalia to host the discussion session. So I will hand over to you, Eftalia.
Thank you very much, Freya. So I will be the moderator and the speaker at the same time, so we see how it works. But thank you very much for all the fantastic speakers. I'm sorry again that I didn't catch in the beginning, so I missed Maya and Freya, your presentations actually. I was just coming when Maya was finishing up, but I saw, Peter and Amparo and Annette, so fantastic. Yeah, it's interesting that nobody has questions, that everything is understood, everything is tidy. So I have some questions. Okay. So we have one more here. Fialo?
Yes. Hello.
Anna
Thank you
Teresa.
so
Hi,
much.
Anna Teresa.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you so much for all the presentations. I actually have two small questions, maybe. One is for you, Eftalia. I really appreciated your presentation. I was just wondering if you guys already have like a report published summarizing that information or not.
Thank you. Yeah, as I said, the project is actually ending next month. We are pretty busy at the moment with finalizing the reports. So the draft is going to be ready this week, and then we have to go through validation with the Commission. Yeah, so you will hear it probably July, August, earliest, as expected, because they have to go through the EU Publications Office. So that is slower than expected. So yeah, but if you have any comments or you would like to contribute to that or validate it, or you have, honestly, if you have any comments on what you heard, I would like to hear more, either now or later, as you wish.
Okay, thanks. It's very nice. It's just that your work on the legal aspects is very useful.
Yeah, that was a request. Are you interested in the organic only part, or you're interested in other?
Non-organic also.
Okay.
Eventually.
Okay. They're going to be 6 reports on the topic, very different with each other, but all dealing with sustainable, supporting sustainable algae, on carbon, on ecosystem services, on foods, on feeds, and on fertilizer. Well, this one was also using also wastewaters. And yeah, there will be a lot of legal aspects, of course, because the Commission would like to know how to an open way for the industry to maybe basically do the game changer. So align these regulations with, support more business and also research, release more funds, but also try to do their own work on how to open the way, because it's true that in the circular economy, it's actually very old. The circular economy action plan is going to be updated, so we can have more easy pathways to go to the market, like waste declassifying and side stream valorization. Everything that Amparo, Annette, you and Peter, you talked about, basically, exactly, spot on.
Yeah, that connects to my second question, which was precisely for Amparo, considering that so the algae unused part, so to say, do they have a well-defined status of side stream or waste, or Not yet.
Not really, and it's very much dependent of the main industrial producer, how they have classified on their production line. So we are working with some of them now that, for instance, we have more insight in the potential of using this, in how they will be reassessing that as just another fraction generated, and not even a side stream. Because when they do valorization of, as I say, agar, no? Of course, you will separate the agar, meaning you are generating a side stream, or you are just generating another fraction. So they are trying to work legally in how to reassess this part to get just that as another resource to just enter into another chain within the factory. But this, from a legal point of view, is complicated. I wanted just to say before, when you were talking about these deliverables, we are also preparing one on regulation that is mostly tackling how to use algae side stream into feed food and cosmetics. So it's under preparation. We will submit it in September, but from September on will be public. So you will also find a lot of information about how that will be regulated. But it's true, like there is a real gap of information when that comes to this right now in Europe. And that is one of the things that we have highlighted. And in the next activities we are planning, for instance, with the parliamentarization, is one of the things that we would like to bring. That we need more support from a regulatory point of view in order to accelerate the transition and to integrate this into a real business case. Yeah. I hope I answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Amparo, for that. I would welcome you all to open the cameras so we have also a fruitful discussion. I have a few questions for you, also the speakers, but also the audience who would like to jump in. Yeah, I think that we can pick it up like this. So you see my screen again now. Is it right? Great. So I have some three very interesting questions. See how it goes. I will. You're very welcome to jump in. The first question that I have for you, and I think we can start from all the speakers, but also who is the audience would like to speak. If we have any good practices, ladies, to tackle with the quality variation and seasonality of the side streams. That's a very big barrier for convincing the industry to use side streams. Amparo, I see you smile. And how we can standardize it, but also, yeah, what's, and then goes to the second question: should we develop it one at a time, or one product at a time, or should we refine it so we have actually the right proportion, the right recipe for success?
Can I?
Yes, please.
So that is one of the main things we are, of course, interested into solving. Of course, I don't think we will solve totally, but we are trying within Circalgy. And first, very important is to have a good practice on how you characterize initial biomass entering or re-entering the value chain, meaning that will give you a big or a good understanding of what will be the potential and how you will need to tune your process. But I think what the producers, they are understanding is their specific way to produce is not movable. And we don't want to influence in that because they have already a business there. But what they need is to kind of give a frame of how much they can still obtain from the residue. So from a good characterization, what we give is a percentages of how much of cellulose you will obtain having this. When it comes to a seasonal variation, we have a very nice example from here, from the coast of Sweden, when they have been cultivating, for instance, Saccharina. So Saccharina is mainly used as full algae for food application, but when Saccharina is harvested very late in the season, so very late is late May, June, this Saccharina doesn't have the nice properties for just the crunchy thing for food, but they still have a part of the algae that is very useful in order to obtain alginate or fucoidans that has not been seen before. We know not all the years you can cultivate all the area. So they know if they are late into the collection of these algae, they will be a supply for alginate and fucoidan and even cellulose production. So it's more like they just need to get open into. I think the good practices will come more and more once the industry implement it, because they will put the standards of what they need. Right now, it's just in a research point of view that we can help them to understand that there is still potential to obtain something else.
So you're seeing it, thank you, Amparo. So you're seeing it as an opportunity rather than a barrier, and you are expecting that somehow we are adjusting to what is available coming out from the seasonality, for example. Rasa, I would like to hear from you, but I'm concerned what you said that we don't change the product, this is how they are doing it. Is it so that we are coming into the world that the companies should stay as how they are doing it so far? Or should we say that we are, and this is a question to everybody, should we say that, well, you know, sustainability comes first, so we have also to make it so there will be a cradle-to-cradle models, and by that should be supported adaptation and innovation towards that, so we have zero waste in the end, and more like a circular approach rather than keep it as business as usual.
But what
then
I
we
was
don't
meaning
care
is
about what the others are doing.
business, like in the main extraction that they do right now. So if they focus in the agar production, they have very high yield, very high productivity, and of course the numbers they control in the business. So we don't want to interfere in that part. But what we'd like them to integrate is the use of whatever they are generated as a side stream to continue producing. So at the end, we'll come to the zero waste, but without moving the initial part. Of course, they have already assessed the sustainability in the way they do, because by law, you have to at least keep certain parameters.
Thank you very much, Amparo. Rasa, you're ready to jump?
Yeah, of course.
What do you have?
I think it depends what kind of raw material we're talking about, but I think first of all we need to be realistic, because okay, in my case I presented today collagen, gelatin, and rest raw materials from fisheries. So I think we should understand if we're talking about wild fish, I think we are, let's say, like part like viscera, it will be different every single minute. And I think it's unrealistic to have standard product from this kind of raw material. So I think, first of all, we need to find product or to define products which can be like, can contain a lot of variation. It can be marine proteins and lipids, for example, mixture of marine proteins and lipids, and we don't need to define what is inside very in details. And even but when we come to the aquaculture, I think it's easier, because when it's like structure and fish, the last part of the life, we can have empty stomach. So I think when we have control, it's a little bit easier. So when we should put the line between wild fish and farmed fish, first of all. And I think it's more easier when we think about, like, for example, extraction of collagen from skin. But again, we need to know what kind of fish we're working with, because I also showed like white fish, even it's like from the same family. But when we analyze composition of fish skins, the amount of collagen varies quite drastically. So we should know what, okay, it will be like 10 grams from cod, for example, but only 5 grams from sei. So this part, I think we can try to standardize or put good practice. But again, filleting differences, like fractionation, it differs from bolt to bolt, from factory to factory. So I think we should, as I said in the beginning, first of all, we need to be realistic and put standards where it's possible. We cannot do anything with nature. So if one fish eating something else than his sister, so we don't have any control here. But when we have like farm fish, maybe it's easier.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. We cannot control that.
The fisheries.
Thank you very much, Rasa. Ingrid?
I think Vitas was before me.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Vita, sorry. Yes, you're right. Thank you, Ingrid.
It's so good with you can see the numbers, right?
Now I can see the numbers, yes. I think I'm looking at the faces and more of the hand, less the hands.
Sometimes we need to look the problem a little bit above. I mean, if we're talking about microalgae, I don't see any reason why do we need to process them or fractionate, because full biomass like spirulina and chlorella is fully viable, and we just destroy biomass. Do we need to extract expensive carotenoids to make expensive cosmetic creams and to dispose the remaining biomass, or we can utilize using health properties? So basically, if we think that way, some utilization of raw materials will not produce any waste. I mean, if we think a little bit above, it's not always possible to do that way, but if we take very developed agricultural products, so basically utilization is quite reaching to the potential. I mean, especially with knowledge about health benefits of some nutrients. I would mention is what if we're talking about food, is a whole food concept. We used to separate parts of grain from our juice industry. Just give an example. We separate juices, and the most valuable part, nutrients and vitamins, we throw away. Why we do that? I mean, what is the waste? Waste is most expensive part, or just a fashionable part which you sell and release as a waste, most nutritionally dense part. I mean, logic of thinking sometimes must have an advantage in this concept. And also, if we look to the health benefits by the end of using of this material, I'm talking about microalgae because where we have most experience. So basically, health benefits are much wider than processing into the parts which produce a lot of waste, requires a lot of energy, a lot of resources. And if we take LCA of all that process, we have tremendous energy and resource use, and we create problems where problems do not exist sometimes. That approach sometimes needs to be considered to evaluate at least before you do something as well.
Yes, obviously we have to work on that, and thank you very much on that. Indeed, we have seen so far an old-fashioned way of moving from the linear production and going to the circular production now with biorefining and so on. So we have the business models are very traditional. The tools we're using for assessment are also very traditional. So even, for example, the life cycle assessment tools now that I had here of side streams are also old-fashioned. So we don't account for expenditures from carbon and so on to side streams. Something that so everything comes to the first product, and on whatever you are accounting for the side stream valorization, it goes only to the side stream, but there is no inherited from the supply chain up to the point of this producing the side stream. I think that was still, to my surprise, still on 2024 that I had this question. But in the future, the life cycle assessment will be more fair, so to say. So when you are going into the biorefiner, thereby the life cycle, environmental life cycle assessment and techno-economic will be more aligned to multiple products, and thereby there will be a fair allocation of resources and impact factors to the whole value chain and not just a stepwise approach. Yeah, I mean, there is a change thinking here, Vitas, absolutely. Ingrid, hi.
Yeah.
So where are we now?
Hi. Yeah,
Hi.
thank you for all the presentations. I should say I missed the first part. I could not attend, but I thought now I had another thing, but I will comment also. I think Vitas, I think very often along, oops.
Yeah, I just put the questions again.
Yeah, okay, along
you.
your lines as well as the holistic use of the complete package, so to speak, where you have everything, and sometimes you may overcomplicate things, and you have a good complete product. In some cases you do, but I think so. I mean, I'm all for that. That part, that kind of question should be considered first, maybe before you start implementing biorefining. Like, can this be used as a product by itself? But very often, of course, there is a need to open up structures, for instance, to make things bioavailable, remove anti-nutrients, maybe removing unwanted taste components. It can be bitter compounds, etc., taste components, or just simply that the value will, I mean, you of course carefully have to value, will this biorefinery toolbox give a higher value in the end, the cost versus the benefit of this fractionating up the biomass. But basically I want to say I like this thought as well. And I think maybe one can go both pathways, a little bit depending, because often there is a good package from start, but also often taste issues. But my other point was back to the questions that was put to Amparo and on how these side streams are handled in the very beginning, and that it's a lot of variations, etc. I just want to emphasize that I think in general there has been way too little research on the very early parts of the value chain. This is a question very close to my heart. We did a lot of work on that in the EU project Vasibi, trying to stabilize sorting, doing as good as we can directly at the source where these side streams are emerging. So, and I'm happy I would be very glad to try and put together a new product along these questions also for other side streams. At that project, we were dealing only with fish side streams, but now we have other projects and we will imply similar thinking, but stabilizing, sorting, doing right from the start. That's the key, I think, to success in the later stages. Variations in composition are, of course, tricky to deal with. Related to intestines, you said, Rata, of course, there are huge variations in the intestinal content depending on season and so on. It's very, very hard. And you may have to have a bit forgiving approach when you use these biomasses. But overall, making more research attempts in the early part of the value chain, or at least doing that as well, in addition to this fantastic biorefinery toolboxes and for end uses. So this is something I really like to continue working on and maybe tackling many different biomasses. And yeah.
So we have to be forgiving even the low price that will be like this. There will be some challenges extra for the one that has to dare to process this, but at the same time, if we process it if we can control the process upstream, then maybe we can also improve downstream possibilities. But if it's just the fish, then we cannot do much anyhow, as Rasha said. I like the description, Ingrid. Thank you very much for that. Maya?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, also I agree with I think it's important with what the other participants pointed out before, because it also really creates creating a value from products from the very start. And I think that's also something that's important to highlight, that it creates a different way of looking at it, and I also think it can help in kind of promoting the use of all parts of anything instead of and it help with kind of consumer acceptance and all of those points, because that's also an obstacle for some of the products. But I wanted to ask all of both the speakers and all of the participants, because now we've been hearing from a lot of projects and kind of research aspect of uses of side streams. And in the afternoon, we're going to hear a bit more from kind of the industry side of the picture and talk to some of the clusters that we have and also some companies that are working. Bridge the research and the industry and actually implement this more in kind of a sustainable and long-term way of these processes. And anything, is there anything that kind of research and development needs from the industry in order to implement it more? It's a very big question, but I'm just throwing it up out there if anyone has some input. Ingrid, I think you can go.
Yes, please, Ingrid. I'm just waiting if someone else wants to jump in.
Yes, that's
But
perfectly fine.
yeah, nobody dares. Seems. Go ahead, please.
I can start because I'm coming back a little bit actually to what I just said. We have done a lot of investigations and surveys, partly within Vasili, partly within other projects, trying to understand why are not side streams used better than they are today. And it often boils down to that they don't really know what to do with them at the source when they are emerging. They have maybe something in place, a truck coming to pick them up, driving to a fish meal or fish oil factory or another biogas plant, and it works. It's business as usual. And they don't have in place cooling, sorting, even storage of these materials. So I think, at least from the investigations and surveys we have done, it very often comes down to these very initial stages. So if we can help them with that and we take it for you, or we have a model for you to solve these things, so they can understand, okay, maybe I can, I can keep them for a while and send them to somebody else. But this was the outcome many times, plus that they don't know what the possibilities are. That question comes over and over again, of course, but the early handling, that seems to be a hurdle for many.
I think it has to do also, thank you, Ingrid, very good answer. I think it has to do also with regulations and also what the challenge have, the Chinese fees, the trade fees and so on, or regulations basically to so we have back to the university asking questions like, okay, what can I do if there's something in for me? Should I find another company? Who would be that? And so on. So I think this is your role here. So yeah, that would be to link it up, but having open doors for industry to come to you with questions, that would be also a role of a university if there is an opportunity for them. So maybe also make it more visible in your universities in that regard, that you provide some such services, so to say. We have Maris in the room. Maris, welcome. I didn't see you before. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Talia. Hello, everyone, and thanks for the presentation so far. Yeah, maybe just for those who don't know me, I'm in DG Mare, the European Commission, in charge of the algae file and also part of the aquaculture team. What are the business industry for the research? Because this is really at the core. As I'm continuing to say that, okay, European Commission is champion algae sector, but at the end of the day, the added value in Europe is created by industry, by market, by the marketable products, and that's why it's really fundamental to listen and to know well what are the research needs that the industry needs to know, and that would help them to develop their market products. You might have noticed that a number of terms of reference of the European projects, they already require development of marketable products or something that is very close to market. We also yeah, we are having now multiple, okay, I would say many algae related projects, and many are identifying the research needs. In this situation, we really need to find out how to prioritize them and what are really needed for the industry. Research needs that maybe are more into the fundamental research and so. And to do this, yeah, on our side, yeah, we are trying to aggregate and prioritize these needs and make all our European Commission colleagues dealing with various funding streams aware on what are these priority research needs. You might have noticed that we have been extremely successful at the EU side of really launching various funding calls where algae is either main part or partly integrated. We have a very high momentum now at the moment. But if we don't succeed really to bring these research results to the market, at some moment we might have more questions from other colleagues. Okay, we are investing millions and even billions into the algae sector. Just have a look on the EU4Algae database of algae-related projects. We are closing now to around 1,000 projects algae-related that have been funded from the EU funds, and we really need to capitalize these research results, and therefore, yeah, as I said, Maya, like for instance, your example of Baltic Muppets. Okay, the target is to create TRL 8-9 products. This is exactly what is needed, but that's good. But if that's not taken up by the businesses, if there is no business case for these 8-9 TRL products, then, okay, how to say it softly, then we have failed. Because this is really important. We need to know that, okay, you have created this product and that the business have interest and will take this up. Okay, this I wanted to point to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maris. It was very good. Very good question, Maya, on that, indeed. Amparo.
No, I wanted to point it also into what is all the knowledge, what has been the European Commission to support that, but how projects has been or should be driven even more into completing the value chain. So for the industrials, it's easier if you put it together to the ones that they are implementing the technology, the ones that they will provide with reactors, the ones that they will make the social assessment of the things. They need all this data because, as I said before, they have already a business and it's profitable. What we wanted is to make it even more profitable and more sustainable. So we need to convince them by giving them all the information they can. So projects, I mean, as Amaris was saying, we have done a lot of projects. How many of them they have finished implementing that into an industrial setup? That is the main question, because probably what we need to revise is the way they have been granted project maybe is not the ones bringing it towards the business nowadays. Of course, from my point of view, or even from Ingrid's point of view, we want to know things. We want the fundamental part. And we will always be there in order to provide that, because, I mean, that is the way we live this thing. But if you really want to reach market state, the whole value chain has to be represented, and we need to make it very, very easy to the industrial partners to figure out that will have a profit in the future. Yeah, so maybe the next calls, yeah. I'm not saying everything has to be a flagship, but they have to go a bit further into.
Yeah, we have to de-risk the industry, especially the side stream valorization, Amparo. That would be, yeah, that's why we're trying to weigh between the opportunity and the risk around that point. Birte, you would like to say something? You haven't.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation again.
Thank you. I would just like to say I agree with basically everything that's being said here. And when it comes to side streams, it's of course it's not one thing. And in the case of like cod fisheries, like Ross mentioned also previously, some of the side streams are actually used today. Like caviar from cod fisheries or cod liver oil. Or the heads are being dried and sent to, I think, Nigeria is the main market. But also consumer acceptance, I think, is key. And I had some colleagues who some years ago went to, I think it was Korea, because we ship, or Norway ship, king crabs there, live king crabs. And they wanted to look at how it's been used and use of the side stream, because in Western cuisine, we eat the legs. And so they were in like restaurants and so on, like, what are you doing with the side streams? And they were like, what do you mean side streams? Because they used the whole crab. They were served like soup in the shell, using the intestines and everything. So it's a consumer acceptance thing, which is quite important. But also now, in case of industries, in Norway, we've seen the last few years, or at least the last year, we've seen a decline in the quota for cod fisheries. So now we have industry coming to us and asking, we have a lower quota. We need to figure out, we do something with our side streams. We want to increase the value of our side streams. Is there something else we can do when we have like codbacks or going to silage? What else can we do? Do you have any idea to upgrade the value of this side stream? So that is quite rewarding, actually, working with the industry, and they have like an incentive to actually take it to the market. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, thank you indeed. And as we said before, incentivize the industry, or asking for making some regulation that is they have to consider what to do with the waste instead of just dumping it. More in the circular thinking. We have 1 minute left, Freya. Can we pick up this last?
Yeah, you can pick up the last couple of questions, and then no problem.
Okay, I'm not the organizer here.
No.
So thank you very much, Rasa. Please.
Okay, I will try very shortly. I agree very much that we need to educate people, consumer acceptance, as I said in my presentation. Independent in which part we take, it's like restaurant material, it's the same marine proteins and lipids. So we just need to educate people. Very important to take care of what I agree with Ingrid from the beginning. We need to have more how it influences, what is the best way to fractionate and stabilize. But I think how to push, I think industry, how to push to utilize, I think it's regulation first. We need to push to use, but in another way, regulation shouldn't kill the industries or business. So it should be a very wise way to push industry to use. On another way, regulations, I think it was in several presentations. It's so difficult sometimes to interpret regulations, and it depends to who we are talking. Sometimes we are lost. So I think industry is also lost how to use regulation. And sometimes I think regulations are so strict without explanation. So I think regulation also should be updated. And sometimes we're working and producing products which are not be allowed to be used, but we think, okay, we'll be open doors one day. So I think, at least my point here is regulation, both to push industry a little bit and also to help use or create new products and be accepted by market.
Thank you, Rasa. Indeed. Exactly, this is what I was thinking, also through my presentation, but also what I meant by pushing the industry. Indeed, it needs to come also from above, innovation. Veronica, hi.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Veronica and I'm working at an NGO called X Foundation, and we are working a lot with side streams in different fields, for example, fish. And I'm going to be really boring here, but as we really have the business model to work with the entire value chain, I can see that the consumer acceptance is most often not the main problem, because the main problem is that what Ingrid was lifting, that they don't have like the infrastructure that is needed, and to provide this infrastructure, money is needed. So I think the main problem is actually, and not regulation either, it's you have to earn money on making use of the side streams, and that must be certain. So I think what Amparo lifted here, that you should have the entire value chain included, so that you make sure that you will earn money. Because I think regulation, sometimes it is a problem, absolutely, as you have lifted, but mostly it is that you don't want to put extra work into something when you will just lose money on it. It doesn't make sense at all. So it's a really boring point, but I think that's absolutely important. And for example, in Sweden, where I work, we have a problem with infrastructure in the early food industry, and that all is usually what sets the stop for us, and not the consumer, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Very good point. Resonating with the previous speakers. Thanks. Ingrid?
I don't know if we have time for more now. And I realized I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm coming also from Chalmers University of Technology.
All right.
But anyway, I think we had a seminar not so long time ago on side streams, turning them into mainstreams, essentially. And I think some important points were also addressed there, that we need to understand when we're shifting the flows. I mean, what today goes to feed, for example, or even biogas, but particularly feed, if we are moving that whole flow, which many of us are aiming for in our work, right, to raise the value in the value triangle, what should we replace that with? And is that replacement going to be sustainable? I mean, this whole system analysis, because we think many of us are in our small bubbles, including myself from times to times. I try to go out of my bubble and also look at this big picture. But I think that, yeah, this movement of flows, what do you put there instead as a feed source? Because people eat, now I'm a lot from the food perspective, but people eat a certain way today, and they want to have their whatever, chicken or meat or salmon or whatever it will be. So whatever goes there as feed today, what is it replaced with if you directly valorize it or keep it as food? So this angle also I would like to emphasize, and it came up very nicely, I think, in this seminar, that sometimes it doesn't become a sustainable solution when we are swapping these flows, as long as we are not completely changing the consumer behavior and eating further down in the value chain, or broadening, as in Asia, where you eat everything more natural. I mean, there it's not even an issue with side streams. You eat gladly a swim bladder or heads and all parts, even Mediterranean area. It's enough to go down to Spain, Portugal. You have a different behavior on the fish side, at least, to eat everything. Anyway, the system's perspective is my input here.
Indeed. And it's interesting how we are taking old markets that we don't really question, but when it comes to new markets, we can question things like sustainability is key and system analysis is important, whereas old school food systems are taking it for granted. So we don't really question their sustainability, how it works. Can I take one more question?
One more
comment? One more. Okay,
There's
the
no
last
problem.
one.
I mean, we do have another discussion session this
you
afternoon.
You have another discussion. You're
next...
waiting for your lunch now.
No, yeah. But yeah, I was just going to say, we do have another discussion session after lunch. We will have some more participants that will be able to join, and possibly more industry-based as well. So, but yeah, one more question, that's no problem.
Rasha, you are the last one.
Yeah, just very short comment. When I said regulations, I really understand that industry needs to have profit first of all. So this is when I said that industry should be pushed to utilize, but I think also probably regulations can help them, because they said we shouldn't kill industry. So probably it can be like reduce taxes or something to help industry to come into this business, when we can utilize everything and have profit. I understand this totally. So probably, yeah, I mean, regulations can help to have profit and pushing at the same time to utilize everything.
Exactly. And it certifies for taking the extra mile for innovating and finding solutions that in the end it could be also profitable for them. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I have taken notes from all these ideas and solutions you have. Brilliant. It was a pleasure to have you here today, this morning. All the excellent speakers, and thank you very much for the wonderful discussion. It was, yeah, it was super, very nice to have you. All the privilege and all the ideas are gold. So we put them down together with Maya and Freya. Freya, back to you.
Yeah, thank you all very much. It was a really interesting discussion, and it was really great to have such knowledgeable presenters this morning. So thank you all for that, and thank you, Eftalia, for moderating our discussion. So we will go back to lunch now, but we will be back this afternoon at 1 o'clock. If you guys would, well, we would encourage you to come back and hear what we have this afternoon. We have some speakers from the industry that will be joining us. And then, yeah, as I said, we will have a further discussion session after that you'll be able to ask more of your questions. If you do have more questions, please feel free to put them in the chat because that will remain active. And I will also just share my screen. In the meantime, there we go. If you would like to register on Blue Biomatch, you can continue the discussion here. A lot of the speakers that you've heard today are already active on Blue Biomatch. But otherwise, yeah, having a good lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Thank you all. Bye bye.
Thank you all so much. See you soon. You're welcome. We're going to get started now. I'm going to do a quick recap of the morning session that we had before lunch, and then we have a couple of presentations, not as many as we thought from the beginning. We've had some last minute dropouts due to well, I think there's a cold going around pretty much everywhere in the blue economy cluster. But we still have some really nice presenters. We're going to hear from some of our ocean clusters. And then we also have two companies working with some side stream uses that we're going to hear from. So it's going to tie really nicely into what we talked about in the morning. And then we're going to open up for some questions and discussion at the end again. We'll see if we use the entire time. And yeah, otherwise, I think everybody has a lot on their agenda anyway. So if you get half an hour more, I don't think anyone's going to be disappointed. But just to recap a little bit for those of you who were not there in the morning, we had a whole round of presentations from some of the current projects and some of the current research that is ongoing in the side stream use and also valorization topic. So we heard from new project root links from Sarah at Submariner. We also heard from Fudimar, Baltic Muppets. Birte from Nofima talked about a whole number of projects that they're working on when it comes to kind of shellfish, side stream valorization. Tetra's focusing on RAS, and also the algae industry study, organic algae fertilizers being presented. And then we rounded up with Circ Algae, also talking about kind of project results on circular processes in products from algae. So we've really covered almost all of the value chains that we are working with in the blue bio sector. We have algae, we have mussels, shellfish, fish, and hopefully we're going to cover all of them again now in the afternoon, but focusing a little bit more on kind of the industry applications and what the industry is doing on the topic as well. The discussions that we had at the end were really, really nice. I was really happy that it was so engaging. And I think how we can how we can summarize it at the end is really this this need to identify research needs, but also identify the needs of the industry, and how we need to find a way for these two to go hand in hand, to actually make use of the side streams that we have in a good way. And it was also raised that one of the biggest challenges for the industry is the available infrastructure, but also kind of the knowledge of how to take care of side streams at the very start, and that we should not always rely on kind of the biorefining processes to create products from the side streams, but also to just try to separate them as early as possible and make many different products from the resource that we have in the beginning. So I think we're going to come back to this a little bit in our discussions later as well, and talk about kind of technology development needs and infrastructure potentials that we have already now. We also mentioned some people getting a lot of ideas and kind of call for collaborations in new projects, or continuations of previous projects. So before we get started with our speakers, I just wanted to highlight some of the possibilities that are open right now. I think a lot of you are well aware of the CBE calls that are now open, and especially in kind of the flagship cluster of calls. We have quite a few that are very related to side stream uses or bio waste valorization, as it says here. And also kind of retrofitting of biorefineries towards higher value bio-based products could also be interesting for a lot of the industry that we have. These projects are really, really big. So if anyone has any ideas or kind of a call for partners, feel free to use the discussion for this as well. I also wanted to highlight the C Stakeholder EU platform, the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. They don't have any open calls at the moment right now, but they're going to be up and running until 2027, so we can really expect something to come from there soon as well. And with this, maybe just have it in mind, and if you have anything that you want to bring up with everybody here, we have the chat, and we're also going to have the discussion part at the end. And if no one has any questions right now, I think we're going to go ahead and invite our first speaker, which is Lynn Inderström from the Danish Ocean Cluster, to present what they do. Do we have you here, Lynn? Maybe we can wait 1 second. Anyone from the Danish Ocean Cluster? Let's see. No. Otherwise, any one of the participants here right now, or anyone part of the session in the morning and would like to either ask a question or kind of raise any discussion points that you want the rest of the participants to take with them. Yeah, Clara?
Hi, yeah, I'm the presenter next, so I was wondering if you would like me to just move forward with my presentation while we wait for Lynn, or
that would be amazing if you could do that.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
And I have then, on a personal note, I received a text from daycare, and I'll have to go fetch my sick daughter, but I'm hoping she will sleep, and then I'll hop back probably in the hopefully in the discussion later. So Yeah.
Amazing, thank you. But yeah, go ahead, take the floor. I'd be happy for you
Okay.
to present a bit early. Yeah.
Let me just make sure present in Teams. All right. Do you see the full thing, or do you see my slides?
Everything
Okay.
looks good. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So thanks for having me. So my name is Clara. I'm a project manager at the Iceland Ocean Cluster. And so the cluster is an industrial hub. We have now about 70 companies, from very young startup to well-established international companies who are member of the cluster, all within the blue economy. So a lot of the fishing and fish processing companies. I think quite a few of you are familiar with Alexandra, our CEO. She has a background in aquaculture, and we've been very much working on, the flagship project of the cluster, which is the 100% fish project. And we tried to, in the recent years, with a lot of the projects that we carry out, we tried to now extract the essence of that and have the 100% fish strategy, which is a set of now 4 steps that we've identified that are easily transferable from like one location to another, one fish species to another. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. And so, with the idea to, of course, use 100% of every fish that we either farm or catch. Starting with the site, or the country, the environment you're working in, and the species that you are selecting or you want to focus on. In Iceland, I guess this is the types of fisheries there is very focused on a few species, mainly cod and haddock. It's a very vertically integrated industry, meaning that the fishing boats, they land their fish to their own processing factories. So the companies own both the fishing fleet and the processing. And here in this lovely picture, you can see my husband, who is a fisherman and has been for the past 10 years. So it's always very interesting to have his perspective on what we do. But once you have kind of selected your model species and you understand the environment, the traditions, the culture around it, and the type of industry that you have, you can usually move forward with what we call the biotechnological analysis. So understanding the current utilization of the fish and really looking at the nutritional content and all the academic knowledge that we have on that specific species. And if we don't have it, then that's where you need to do some research. In Iceland, we are very lucky to have MATIS, which is a government-funded research institute, and they are the ones usually carrying out this type of work for us. With us, if you ever want to reach out to them, I encourage you to work with Cecile. She's a wonderful person and an excellent scientist. So, yeah. So with cod, what happened was there are plenty, and I know now we have many, many examples of products that can be done from side streams of the cod, but one of the early ones was definitely the collagen and the gelatin from the fish skins and fish heads. Their production was actually in Grindavik, this town that was evacuated because of the volcano, so they are relocating now. But yeah, so once you understand essentially your fish and the type of industry you have, you can have prototypes. Once you have your prototype, you need to look at the economic feasibility. And from the discussion that I've heard earlier, it needs to be profitable. So that's always very important. If you want the company to move forward with this utilization, it has to be profitable. And once you have your prototype, this is where the market strategy comes in, the branding, and same that I've heard this in the discussion before. You need to look at the consumer acceptance, market readiness, and so on. Here again, continuing with the example of the collagen made from the cod and haddock actually skins and heads. We have a company called Phil Iceland that retails this collagen, and you have to be quite clever so that the consumers want to buy your product. And in this case, it's not marketed as like fishy collagen, which you might not want to add in your smoothie, but it's marketed as marine collagen. So always this is such a huge part also of developing a product. It's not only the technical feasibility, but the fact that there should be a market for it. So now with these 4 steps kind of laid out, and they happen in Iceland even prior to my time at the cluster, like long ago, like several years ago. But it's working with the Great Lakes fish that this type, like the work really we started to build this structure. And so the Great Lakes, it's a very different region, right? It's across 2 different countries. These are freshwater fish. It's a very much more fragmented type of industry with a lot of family-owned businesses. You know, the guys go at sea on a daily basis. The processing was still it was a lot of manual labor, again, scattered, you know, on the coast of these lakes. And what happened is that the fish stocks are decreasing quite dramatically. And so there was a push from a political organization called the Great Lakes St. Lawrence and Governors and Premiers, especially because we want to maintain this fishing activity. So to have fishermen, you need healthy fish stocks. And so the idea was like, let's fish less, but have more value out of the fish, right? So that was an interesting dynamics there going on, especially because you need, again, to involve 2 different countries, different organizations, different companies, like a lot of different people who are technically competitors, like all these fishermen compete for the same resource, yet they understand very much that they all depend on that same resource. So they are so keen to protect their fish as well. And when you look at the fish, very different from what, you know, I'm used to. So like it's much smaller fish. And there was very little information on all these 4 different species. So they were sent out to Matthijs in Iceland, and Cecile again did wonderful work. So we looked at prototypes for collagen, gelatin, but also protein hydrolysate, and also fish leather, because fish leather is a lot of handwork, and, you know, it would kind of build on that manual labor and manual processing that is still going on in the Great Lakes region. But yeah, protein hydrolysate is definitely a really good like a prototype, and we have been working since then on the market strategy and, you know, the type of market that we might be looking at with these products. And actually there was recently another report published on this work earlier this year. If you're interested, I can share all these reports, and they're available on our website as well. So yeah, very interesting work. And looking now, another example for the 100% fish kind of frameworks being implemented is Cape Hake. So this is in Namibia. Again, very different landscape, very different from Iceland or the Great Lakes. So this was pushed by the World Economic Forum. This is the main fishery in, you know, South Africa and Namibia, like in the southern Atlantic. And still a lot of manual labor in the processing as well. And same, we looked at these several, you know, all these products from the side stream. So the gelatin, the collagen, the hydrolysates, and so on. And collagen looks very different from the collagen we extract from cod in Iceland. And when looking at the gelatin, actually, what was quite interesting is in Africa, for cultural reasons, pig gelatin is not necessarily super ideal. So having an alternative with fish gelatin is very interesting and would kind of like fit in the market there. So again, really good work being done. The report is available on the World Economic Forum's website. Again, if you have any questions, just reach out to us. But yeah, that's really how you can start building businesses out of side streams. So yeah. So now, looking at the world, we've worked now with several species where this was successfully implemented, but there's still a lot to do. So currently we're actually working on not fish, but shrimps. With the cold water shrimps, we're working with Royal Greenland and an Icelandic company called Primex to extract chitosan from the shells. We are also looking at tuna in the Pacific, and actually Alexandra and I were recently in New Zealand looking at how we can do full utilization of the tuna, with also trying to retain that economic added value for the local communities that are scattered in all these island nations in the Pacific. Other work is, of course, with Alaska, snow crabs, Pacific salmon, Pacific cod. And in Iceland, there's another big target on our list, which is the Atlantic salmon, mainly from farmed salmon, especially because full utilization is probably even, like, it's easily achievable if you're working with a farmed animal, like you get the standard salmon. So yeah, with the idea also of trying to retain as much of the value from the fish also in Iceland. So meaning the processing would be done here and so on. So Yeah, so still a lot of fish in the sea that we can work with, and a lot of opportunities for business development, new products coming out, but also making sure that we maintain not only healthy fish stocks, but all the activities that are related to it, because I think they're very much often part of the culture of each of these regions. So that's the end of my talk. So.
Amazing, Clara. Thank you so much. And a really, really nice presentation. I wish I had your PowerPoint design skills.
Yeah, I spent a bit of time on it, but I am quite happy with it.
Nice. We have some extra time, I think, because we still don't really know where the Danish Ocean Cluster is. So unless Clara is really on her way to preschool, then maybe if anyone has any questions, do you want to ask anything now? Just raise your hand and then we'll delegate the voice. Otherwise, I can start with one question while that is thinking a little bit. So the Icelandic Ocean Cluster, are you working with any other value chains as well apart from fish? Or is it really focused on kind of the fish sector? Because we have people here from seaweed and mussels and bivalves and everything.
So historically, it was very much fish focused, but we are expanding, and now definitely seaweed is very much like a. The thing is, farming in Iceland doesn't have a framework. I think still quite a few places in Europe as well. But yeah, so there's no farming of seaweed in Iceland, but there's been growing interest in what we can do with seaweed. Currently, it's only wild harvest, but it's definitely something we look at. We have quite a few companies in the cluster working with seaweeds from wild harvest. So yeah, and the other types of value chains we're looking at, so looking back at the salmon farming, is the fish sludge, which is a major problem, but definitely has a lot of opportunity for valorization when it comes to either fertilizer or biogas. There are lots of options there, and especially because the growth that is happening in Iceland when we look at the salmon farming is actually on land. So it makes it somewhat easier to collect the sludge. So this is definitely something we're looking at as well. So yeah, these are the types of value chains we're looking at. So fish, not necessarily just the fish side streams, but the sludge, the fish poop, glamorous topic, and seaweed, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So, and shells as well.
And shells, nice.
Yeah, shells.
Good.
So yeah.
Veronica.
Yes, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. I think it was interesting what you talked about the farm, the salmon, and it's like heading back to the discussion earlier about with the standardization, which is interesting. And I'm curious because the other fishes that you were talking about, they were really lean, and this is a really fatty fish. Do you expect to end up in different results, or do you expect the similar results? I mean, with gelatin and collagen, and do you expect others?
Yes, so every time I think it's very important to carry out these analyses if they are not already done. And to be honest, I would say the moment, so with the white lake, like all these fish from the Great Lakes, we had to do these, and same collagen and gelatin ended up not being as great as what we were hoping for, or what we get with cod, for example, definitely. So that's why the protein hydrolyzed was definitely the better option in our opinion. When it comes to hake, yeah, I know a bit less about this project, if I can say so, but every time you get totally different profiles. So it's quite interesting because when you think of fish, you're like, it's the same, right? But they're so widely different from one region to another. And actually, before working with the Great Lakes, I had never seen this fish. Like I hadn't, I didn't even know they existed. Like my standard is like a mackerel or a cod type fish that I see in my head. But if you look at, so every time you really need to either collect all the academic information you can get from the content of these fish and the type of already analysis they have been, all the data you can essentially. And if you can afford it, I would say take your own set and try to, check how much collagen you can get, what are the properties of that collagen. Same with the gelatin, same like with everything. Like really, really get in deep, like get to know your fish on a very deep level. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Perfect. Anyone else has any questions? Yes, Vitas.
Actually, I'm a fisherman, but I mean, personally, you use and I just see that fish also a little bit holistically. Normally, if you catch a fish by your rod and bring home, you use it differently. I mean, for instance, the skin is a main source of collagen, but if you eat a skin which is nice and well, it depends on tradition and so on. So you get collagen. And my point is that maybe we as spoiled consumers, when we go to supermarkets, we want fish fillet, a fish cut, salmon with no skins, anything, and then hence we would create a lot of problems, because if you fry fish, you almost leave only bones and maybe some skins goes to cats or dogs, pets. But I mean, it's a little bit consumer perception which is involved, and when we're talking that we need to educate consumers, so basically we also need to educate to be more sustainable in our choices at supermarket, where some problems starts when we want ready-to-made meals and convenience and everything, and so basically if we look to the problem of fish waste streams, it starts from our choice. Maybe a lot of them starts here, and because even in some cuisines there is some kind of fish soups where you even boil almost full fish, and then you have a nice soup and so on. As we have discussion in previous section that in Asia they utilize more fish because it has nutrition properties and benefits, and now we are processing into collagen, which is very trendy.
And actually, I have a funny story. We have a quite, because it's interesting.
It's a discussion for this reason. Yes.
So culturally, it's very interesting to see sometimes the gap. So same. So my husband, fisherman, but he would never eat the fish heads. Like that's nah. Like why would you? Because I think there's also culturally, or traditionally, historically, you get these beautiful, huge fish. You're only gonna eat the fillets, right? Like why would you bother with the rest? And there used to be an abundance of it. So the culture or the traditions were not built around, maybe scarcity of that resource. But what was quite interesting is that there's definitely a tradition of drying fish in Iceland, right? And interestingly, I'm not sure who found this out, but there is definitely a huge market for dried fish heads in Nigeria. I'm not sure if this is linked to any traditions or health. I mean, it's definitely healthy. So currently, one of the main experts is these dried fish heads, which are dried the same way we dry the rest of the fish for this, like these dried fish snacks that Icelanders eat. But the fish heads then, which would not be consumed in Iceland, are then sent to Nigeria, where they are considered, a delicacy kind of. So I'm like, fantastic. I guess the downside is that it is shipped. So in this case, we have the transport that goes in there, but rather than having it either sent to landfills or, it's still, I guess, it's still used in the end. So is it perfect? No. Yeah, but yeah, I agree that consumer perspective is super important. And also another aspect, and this is for seaweeds especially, it seems that the way it's always very interesting for me to look at traditions or what was done back in the days where we're kind of forgotten that people used to eat everything or used to really maximize the use of everything we would either harvest or gather or farm. And for seaweed, it's very interesting because I come from France and seaweed used to be eaten, and then I don't know why, they were considered, I don't know, low value or not good or whatever. It kind of just it's not in the fashion anymore. And now looking back, we can kind of get these recipes back and get maybe trying to get it trendy again. But that's where all that marketing piece and consumer awareness needs to, or consumer education, I don't know how you want to call it, needs to happen as well. But yeah, it's kind of like looking in the past sometimes to find the innovation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think I agree that sometimes forgotten things, they come back as fashionable things. especially fermentation is known for centuries, for ages, and now with new knowledge, tackling microbes and the microscopes, you can get more of it. And I think that's right. In your example, that maybe it was a fermented seaweed or whatever, to keep it for a longer period. When it's harvested, you can use it for a longer time, and it was not so big abundance of foods, and people utilized what we had, and I think it was a quite healthy choice, because we have another choice which comes is the extra manufactured, extra processed food, because when we extract the collagen in very hard, say sometimes very processed way, then it's formulated in something else, and then we finally eat it. And what benefits we get, I don't know. I'm not sure sometimes that we get some benefits at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know, Clara, do you have any more time, or do you need to go?
I think I'll go fetch her.
Yeah.
But I think she's most likely exhausted, so hopefully she's gonna crash, and then I'll be back in.
No worries.
But I'm gonna drop my email address in case people need in the chat, so that like both actually myself and Alexandra, and then you can reach out to us if you have any questions, or if you want any extra document in case I don't make it back, but I should be back. So yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great. So we're gonna move on in our schedule, and we are experiencing a little bit of a fallout of people, because our next speaker is also not here. So just give me one moment, and I will see if we have Ida here. No, we don't. So none of our planned speakers have come at the moment. I know Ida is going to come, but we're very, very early for her because she is our last speaker. And we're waiting for the Danish Ocean Cluster and Alif, a company that is part of the Icelandic Ocean Cluster. But maybe we can wait a little bit more and see if any one of them connect soon, and I will open up the floor again to any kind of discussion points or comments that anyone has. I see that a lot of you have been here since the morning, and we had a lot of really good discussions going on. So does anyone want to raise any questions to kind of the bigger group, or any ideas for discussion that you would like input on? Yes, Anna.
Yeah, hi again.
Hi.
Well, first I realized that this morning I didn't present myself. So I work at AFPEN. It's a research institute in France that works mostly in energy mobility and circular economy. And we are just starting to look at the potential of microalgae for water treatment. But seeing all these presentations, the discussion before and this last presentation made me think about the side stream valorization that already exists for agricultural product, land-based agricultural products. So for example, cows, pigs, there's a huge reutilization already of, for example, almost every part of the cow. So I was wondering, what is the difference in those markets that led to that reutilization being well established, or for an outsider seeming well established for classical agriculture, let's say, and for it being less well established for marine-based products?
Really, really nice question. And I think it's something that we keep coming back to, that we can learn a lot from kind of the traditional agriculture, and also when it comes to blue economy. Does anyone have an immediate reflection upon that? Maybe just raise your hand or take the floor. Otherwise, I can start just with a reflection from my end. I think one of the reasons that I have experienced in the projects that I work with, so I work mainly with low traffic aquaculture, not so much with fish, which is also why I keep coming back to asking people about mussels and seaweed. But I think from my experience, one of the reasons is that the cultivations in a lot of areas are so new, especially like working closer to the Baltic Sea, for example. We've never had mussel production there at all. And then, I mean, if you don't have a production, you don't really have a side stream either. And similarly with the seaweed cultivation, the market is so unmature in a way for the locally produced seaweed in Europe. So I mean, there's always this, especially with like SMEs and starting up cultivations, there is the discussion about if the demand has to grow first or if the supply has to grow first, and no one really knows. And I think in that kind of since it's not really matching up, I think it's also hard to know what to do with the side streams in a market that is so unmature. But I think that's my experience so far, and maybe that's also why kind of the side stream valorization in the fish industry has grown faster, because that is an industry that is older or more mature, so to speak. It's at least a lot larger than what both the bivalve and the seaweed cultivation industries are.
Mhm.
Does anyone have any input?
Okay, I can give some ideas, maybe with comparison to agriculture. If we have seaweed cultivation and normally we now harvest or catch wild fish, I mean salmon production or inland fish farms like catfish and other fish species are quite limited in terms of volume comparing to wild stocks. And I think perfection of agriculture is a good example of very effective mass-produced and very efficient utilization, which was built through the centuries. And I think all marine industry and especially cultivation is quite in infancy, because by then we compete for the same consumer attention as a protein. What do we see is a food source, and the food source which is harvested in low volumes and very initial amounts, volumes. It cannot be. It's very difficult to make them competitive in the market. And I can give examples from microalgae. I mean, it is a big issue. I mean, the market developed then it started maybe 50 years ago with microalgae cultivation. The price was a few $100s per kilogram, and once price decreases 50%, half, then next, that almost doubles the market size. And I think because it becomes more competitive with other sources of nutrients and so on. Basically, we need to achieve this level. And if we see what happens with algae strategy, especially microalgae, we have quite developed production in Asian countries, while Europe remains largely consumers of those products. So basically, European Union buys more stuff from abroad. I think seaweed industry is the same situation. We buy more from outside European Union than we grow here. So basically, also it's a question to make both resources to grow competitively and also utilize these resources better. I mean, no waste, no other residues, and so on. And I think in some areas achievements were made. For instance, as we know, chlorella prices grown in the European Union are already competitive with Chinese, and this market is increasing. And from that, products produced using this microalgae is becoming more competitive in the market. And I think also with regard to legislation, European Union has the strictest rules for foods and food security and novel food. I think that also limits development of commercialization, because it's a like minefield. Everywhere you go, you face obstacles, legal obstacles to do something, and because our directives are quite strict and so on. I think we also need to identify that we need sandboxes maybe to play around, like in fintech. Some countries which released sandboxes, they got this technology developed and now becomes leaders in the field. So basically here is the same situation. If we want to move faster, I think during the projects which you are many involved, you need to produce some kind of result which almost address legislation. I mean, especially for novel food, if we're talking about new food ingredients and related issues. And I think that must be done in that parallel, that changes must be made, and then business will follow if there is more innovations and also certainty about regulation. I think, and also if they gonna see opportunities in terms of scale, because marine resources and marine areas in some countries are quite restricted, and also there are a lot of activities there are in these marine areas. It's a lot of energy wind farms built and a lot of things how to utilize it effectively is there are a lot of constraints, and I think that limits capacity of achieve scale. Scale is everything for business. If there is a scale, there is a mass production, unit costs go down, you can achieve efficiency, you can operate almost 24/7, and then you can go to the market with quite reasonable product, and then you have access to wide consumer base. I think it's quite basic things. And if we see where we stopped with developing our interesting resources, so basically we need to see which restraints we're facing in this direction. Is it legal? Is it scale? Is it environmental? Also environmental, yes, of course, is a big issue, because if we start growing now with fertilizers on land, we know what to do. We extract biogas and we use recycle, and with excrements from fish in ocean for salmon farm side. I don't know solution, maybe macroalgae. What solutions nature can offer. I think that also has limitations to the development. If these limitations can be addressed very expensively, then the production will be very high cost. And so, sorry for this introduction to your discussion. It
no, it's fine. You could have taken over one of the presentation slots, maybe.
Maybe next time.
Next time, for sure. But we have a question from Ulf in the chat. So maybe Ulf, do you wanna ask it to to the rest of the participants?
Yes, I can. Hi, everyone. I've been previously working with a company called Warm, which used to look into this with the symbiosis, big industrial symbiosis. And one problem there was realizing that it's so much money needed to set something up. And often nowadays, I speak more to possible potential fish farmers, and they are all interested in getting permits, and permits are often connected to how do you treat effluents and waste streams. And they consider it's way too expensive, apart from being complicated process and permit issues. But just the cost seems to be inhibitive for many of the SMEs. Is there any project among these EU projects that tries to address the scale of operation to make it still possible to operate economically?
Does anyone want to take the floor? And otherwise, I would like to first of all second the question. But we did have the question from Maria from I think you're at Innovatum, right, Maria?
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Thank you.
Nice to see
Amazing.
you all. And thanks for all the good presentations. Very interesting. Yes, we are sort of looking into these questions as well. But since the Marifine project has just been running for a year and we have 4 years left, it's sort of all about the research in the beginning, and we don't really know what products we will get out from it and which sort of processes in the biorefinery we should choose. So I haven't looked into the scalability so much yet, but it is an interesting question, and I recognize your name, Ulf, so maybe we can get in touch and talk more about this scalability. A good question.
That would be good. Yeah, thanks.
And I know that Maria's colleagues at Innovatum as well are looking into a little bit about these kind of sharing of infrastructure and creating more kind of clusters in that kind of sense of how can we share available infrastructure without having to invest in new ones for each and every SME, also to kind of lower the threshold for both for kind of cultivators, but also for processors to do something and to develop the industry even further. So maybe Maria, you can also forward Ulf's contact to Sonja.
Yes, absolutely. And also together with Chalmers and Ingrid Underland, we're looking into the test and demonstrations for valorization in some different projects. So yeah, let's get in touch and dive into all these questions.
Perfect. And Ingrid is here as well. So maybe if you want to say something about what you do. Or maybe she's still at lunch. But great. I'm happy that we can at least create some connections between people, and yeah, that it's valuable for people to be here. I know Ida is gonna get in here in just 1 second. So until then, I want to throw one more question out to all of your participants, because we talked a little bit about the learning from the agriculture industry, but another aspect of kind of the circular systems is to actually connect the blue and the green systems in general, and use side streams from either one for other purposes, and also to create a truly circular economy, not only looking at green and blue sectors. And Annette, I don't know if you're still here, but I know that this is something that you have worked with before. So I wanted to ask if you could just mention a little bit about the work that Business London has done on kind of the blue-green resource uses. Giving you a minute to see if you're here. No. Is anyone else kind of active in that field and want to comment on how we can not only cooperate better with industries in the blue sector, but also between blue and green? Yeah, Per, thank you.
Yeah, in the southern part of Zealand, Lolland Falster, we established a cooperation between the farmers and agriculture people. And the idea was that, for example, that we could extract nutrients from the farmland with production of mussels. And for the agriculture production, we could bring it on land, for example, using some of the empty buildings at the farms, producing warm waters in small RAS systems. So the idea was to cooperate, trying to control the flow of nutrients from land to the water, and at the same time use some of the resources in the agriculture system as empty buildings to producing fish.
And what were the kind of results from the project? Because the project has ended, right?
Yeah, we have the Tetras project, for example, where we test the production of small RAS systems, and the idea is that with a Gårdsfisk in Sweden as an example, or as a model, to bring these productions to buildings at land and at farms. The problems in Denmark now that a lot of farms, agriculture systems, they do not have animal anymore, so they have a lot of empty buildings that could be used. And in relation to the CO2 impact, it's much cheaper to use existing buildings instead of building new systems.
Yeah, and that's also what I've heard from other areas as well, that especially with kind of decline in fisheries, there's a lot of infrastructure being there but unused. So I think in general there's a lot of potential to utilize the existing infrastructure that we already have for other purposes as well.
Yeah. And then I mean, you talked about, do you have any results? We only have the research results, and then this type of processes just take time. I mean, we have been working using mussels to extract nutrients for almost a generation, and I mean, it's still complicated. It's still complicated.
Yeah.
So it just takes time.
Rasa.
Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe to marketing one of my projects. We tried to cooperate green and blue sectors. Actually, project is called Blue Green Feed, and we're in the last year of the project. But in the project, we try to use difficult digestible ingredients like fibers and grass sediments of grass fiber to feed for insects, and when insects will be used for fish feed production. So in this case, we try to reduce amount of soya which is used in the fish feed production. So when we are using our restaurant materials from blue, now I should think green sector, in order to produce feed ingredients for blue sector. Just one of example how we managed to combine, and it looks very promising for a moment. So we are now organizing and will perform these feeding tests in the project. So it will be very interesting results, I hope.
Nice, thank you. Now we actually have one of our presenters here. So Ida, I would like to give the floor to you to present about your company, Munit, and what you are doing.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. Should I start the presentation, or do you want to share?
If you can start the presentation, that would be great. And if it doesn't work out, let me know, and I have it here as well.
Okay, I try. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, it looks great.
Okay, perfect. So I am Ida, and I am the CEO and founder of Monid, and we are developing textile dyes based on pigments from algae and microalgae. So I'm happy to be here presenting for you, and I will give you a little background, and by time also come into more what we are working on right now. And so my background is as a designer. I've been working in the fashion industry, focusing on print and pattern design. And that is also when I fully realized the huge environmental impact of fashion, and especially the toxic dyes being used. So I set my mission to find an alternative solution for more harmless dyes, and discovered microalgae and algae as interesting potential source. And in 2019, Monid was founded to start the first validation project. And since then, we have been keeping progress. And today I've been joined by Linnea Felix in our core team, and we're about to make algae-based textile colors the new normal for the textile industry. And here you can see our team. We're all on the same mission with the passion for circular textiles, expertise in business scale-up and fashion. We are eager to transform the industry to become more safe and environmental friendly and circular. Yeah, and the problem today is the textile industry is one of the world's most polluting industries. It's responsible for up to 25% of the global industrial environmental impact, and textile dyeing alone accounts for around 20% of the global water pollution, with most dyes being synthetic, non-biodegradable, and toxic. And to reduce the industry's impact, we think we need to shift to non-toxic and bio-based dyes. But as natural plant-based dyes are still difficult to scale and require cultivable land, our solution is to work to create scalable bio-based dyes that can replace synthetic dyes and make bio-based dyes the norm in the industry by using microalgae and algae pigments. So we are developing unique dye derived from pigment found in microalgae and algae for use on cellulose-based materials such as cotton, tencel, paper, and packaging, to enable for textile producers and brands to achieve 100% bio-based end products, as well as making it easier for recycling and facilitate clean material streams. And our dyes are also being developed focused on safe and sustainable by design framework, as we want to make our dyes completely safe for humans and nature's ecosystems. We reached a key milestone in the end of last year by successfully dyeing over 50 meters of denim fabric in our first blue dye. We demonstrated this at the Swedish School of Textiles as a part of our Vinnova-funded project Auditing for the Textile Industry. And our results so far in terms of function and aesthetics are particularly suitable for the denim look. And that's where we see the clearest market fit and the greatest potential for impact, as blue is a very popular color for denim. And here you can see a picture on our first prototype, a denim bag that we made. And we are also currently in two projects, Algae and Kelptex, both focused on creating textiles entirely from algae-based materials. And the project both projects shares the same goal to establish biodegradable and circular textile alternatives made from marine resources to support a more sustainable, scalable textile future. And in algae, we focus on streamlining production by simultaneously spinning and dyeing algae-based fibers and pigments to reduce manufacturing steps, lower emissions, and valorize seaweed byproducts. This project is supported by Formas, and it's led by Chalmers Industriteknik in collaboration with Manatee Biomaterials, Rise, and Houdini. And the same setup are working in the Kelptex project with funding from the Swedish Energy Agency, where we explore energy efficient methods for harvesting, extracting, and producing seaweed-based fibers, and also testing alternative dyeing techniques such as spray dyeing for reducing water and chemical usage. And Locality is a Horizon Europe funded project that we also participating in that aims to build sustainable and circular value chains using algae cultivated from industrial side streams in the Baltic and the North Sea regions. And Locality focuses on 4 key sectors: food, agriculture, feed, aquaculture, feed, agriculture, and textiles. And it's led by the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. And this project brings together research institutions, industries, and SMEs to ensure the scalability and market adoption of algae-based innovation. And here we are actively collaborating in this project with the Swedish School of Textiles, Science Park Borås, where our focus is on developing algae-based textile dyes. And we also explore synergies in wastewater treatment and pigment side streams utilization. So to creating a resilient value chain, and that is something we have as a part of our scale-up strategy to maximize resource efficiency, which can unlock both the full environmental potential as well as the economical potential. And our strategy is to now first start to build a value chain for textile dyes, go to market and create the market demand. And as we establish the value chain, and we increase the demand, we will also work to localize production in partnerships with algae farms and textile producers within Europe. And we are already actively identifying synergies in our projects, such as utilizing industrial side streams and investigating what algae species capable of producing pigments simultaneously cleaning wastewater. And for our ultimate goal is to build a circular scalable system that not only transforms the textile dyeing but also supports a thriving algae industry in Europe centered on full valorization. And last, our vision is a healthy, colorful planet. So thank you.
Amazing, Ida. Thank you so much. Really, really cool and super inspiring. I have a lot of questions, but I would like to open up the floor to our participants to ask something, and we'll start with Vitas.
I wonder what was the source of blue color in your presentation? Is it phycocyanin from some algae?
Yeah, we are using phycocyanin.
Not from spirulina, but from
spirulina, yeah.
But there is another source of phycocyanin, which is about.
Yeah, currently we focus on what we can find, like the most common right now that is used. So, but I know there's other sources of phycocyanin as well, and we also have discussed the potential of using cyanobacteria to be able to help the ocean. But I think that is also in the future, but we need to focus on what we can do right now in the moment.
Because here you're competing for food of your dyes.
So what did you say?
You do compete with food. I mean, spirulina is
Yeah,
a
exactly.
food,
Yeah,
food
and that
product,
is why we are
into the dyes, and you break food first principle.
Yeah, that is why we are wanting to establish the textile value chain because we don't think we need the quality as phycocyanin has today in the food industry, and want to increase the demand so we can also expand the cultivation and use other kind of sources. But for now we need to develop our dye with what's currently we can find.
But I think cyanobacteria biomass is more abundant. I mean, it's a huge potential for that.
Yeah.
And it's currently is a waste a little bit.
Exactly.
But I guess this also ties in a little bit to the discussions that we had before, that just because it's abundant doesn't mean that it's easy to gather. I mean, if we don't have the technology to kind of get the biomass, then I can understand.
We have some technologies. We done it.
That would be interesting to discuss. Yeah.
Yes, we can do it after.
Perfect. I have one more question for Ida, because you're focusing on the seaweed valorization for pigments, right? Have you considered any other kind of marine resources? Because I know there is some developments being done at Keele University about using mussel shells for pigments.
Yeah, but that is very interesting. I think the sources we can use that has potential to scale and to be sustainably scaled is interesting for us. But we are currently very focused on the phycocyanin pigment and see synergies with the other kind of pigments from microalgae especially, but we are not like excluded from other alternatives, but we need to focus so we can also bring something out to market. But I think overall we are interested in bio-based pigments.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think we were discussing before because we've had a morning of kind of presentations from more the research, research area, kind of R&I development, and it was highlighted how it's difficult for us to kind of get those developments onto the market. But I think you're really highlighting an opportunity for all of this to actually be kind of made into something more tangible and something that actually fits with consumer demands. So it's very inspiring to see how it can be done.
But we are open to, I mean, if there are other sources that you have found could be interesting as pigments and dyes, that could be also interesting to try out in our formulation, in our dye formulation, and test to see how it works.
Perfect, nice. I think you might get a lot of requests now, at least from me. Does anyone else have any questions for Ida? No. Okay, then
I think you can also contact me by mail if there's something that pops up afterwards.
Yes, that would be nice if you can put into a chat. I think
we'll send out all of the presentations and also the email. But
if there is a presentation, I can.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ida. And I think Lynn from the Danish Ocean Cluster has connected now. Yes?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Ida. Lynn in the stand?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for my delayed partner in here. I'm at the Seafood Expo Global in Barcelona, and time got the best of me. I'm sorry for that.
No problem, but maybe it's going to be hard for you to present.
No.
Yeah.
Because no. The thing is that we have instead of doing a presentation, I would like to inform a bit about what we've been doing. We are no, I have. We have lots of different projects ongoing now, and we have some presentation that we can send over and send out. But the things that we do in the Danish Ocean Cluster now is to gather in the companies and the project that we're working with. I got the last out talking about the seaweed, and this is one of the examples that we have also now. We have taken a company, Maripure, that are making seaweed that would be put in feed for cows to reduce up to 60% of the methane gas, farting seaweed, basically, by cleaning up water for the aquaculture, for salmon production sites. And right now we are looking into 4 new land-based fish farms, and we want to put everything in series. We have to look at where is the energy coming from, and we have to upscale the products that comes out of it. So now we have working with companies that have done clinical studies for the last 4 years, and we look into the different species in the pelagic sector, and we can see that we're not doing enough with it. It's so many low-hanging fruits that we can go in and do things with. So in the next couple of years, we're going to build factories around in Europe so we can be close to where the fish comes in. And we have to basically be better to use more with what we have. And seeing the investments going into the ships, they invest hard and heavily, but the land side is falling behind. So we're also going to do more collaboration between existing companies, but also what's the access, what's being missing. So right now we are doing making a 3D printed like a 3D model of the circular symbiosis. And with that, we have to look into the economy, we have to look into education and science, but also it's not just in one site. We have to look cross borders. So right now we are doing project with companies in Iceland, Faroe Island, Greenland, Denmark, and Norway, looking into logistic and transportation corridors, and at the same time, what's being done with the fishes, or the not just fishes, but also seafood in general. So what we're going to do for the next the next couple of years is that the collaboration between the ocean clusters around the world is going to be more, learning from each other, because it doesn't make sense that we're going to sit and reinvent something that's already been done. And then we come into the regulation and the policies, because that's also a big issue. We don't have the regulations that we need to. We have the technology to take the side stream or the produce water to do more, but the regulation is stopping us from doing that. So, and this is a job that every one of us has to do. We have to join in the forces to put these new knowledges, but also put forward what we're going to do in the next couple of years, all of us, because it doesn't make sense for one to sit and do it on their own. And the thing is, once we start putting this in system with the 3D model to show how to easily explain the circular economy, then we see people like, we want to join in. So we now have members calling in from Japan saying, you know, what you are doing in the RAS technology, we can do that to clean up water. So I could see technology going from the oil and gas coming into fishery and aquaculture. And now we're looking into also aquarium, you know, because some of the issues they have dealt with building big aquariums, we can use that in aquaculture. So it's all about popping the bubbles and seeing through, you know, not being in our tiny bubble that we have been through, but seeing what we can learn from each other. So that's what we're doing now in the Ocean Cluster family. And like I said, we have 3 ongoing projects in the building now. And we are gathering information around this. And this is something that we would like to send over to you, Freya, so we can share with the rest of you guys. And if there's somebody here in the audience that would think that, I have something good to come with, to be a part of this, please reach out, join the party. We would love to share what's happening and bring you guys also in, because we have a lot of startup companies. So, and you know, it's not always the biggest and the strongest guys have the best solutions. So we also make an arena for upcoming companies to come up with the big companies as well. So, and we have some good examples of this as being done and with great success. So again, reach out and we would love to help you guys out. And yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Wow, what a call for collaborations. Really, really nice. I wish we would have opened with this presentation to get a bit excited about side stream uses. Does anyone have any questions for Lynn? I think it was very interesting what you said, Lynn, about that we don't need any new technology, that the technology is already in place, because we've had a lot of discussions before about kind of the need to, maybe not for new technology, but to better share the technology that we already have and for the infrastructure that we already have. Is this something that you're working with in the Danish Ocean Cluster? Because that was a bit of a request from one of our Swedish participants.
Yeah, so we have some couple of example of tech companies from US and Germany and Denmark, Norway, and Iceland that we have put together. And what we see is that some of them may have some things, but when we connect them together, it's like, oh, you know, we have a solution for this problem here. And when we have this safe space where we can be open up and we can talk about, you know, this is the issues. Like we have one company, it's called Honest. So they are going to build a 10,000 ton with trout land-based project. And what we did there, we invited all the companies into one room and we said, so this is what we're going to do and this is what we need. So it's you guys have to tell us what to do. And then we could see some of the tech companies kind of said, okay, what you are asking for, we don't have, but if we go together, then we can deliver that. So it's also like being not afraid to talking about openly and open book. And we also have another example is that we are building a hydrogen production site, and we're going to use the oxygen for the land-based farming, but how to collaborate with the filling, gassing, because when we do hydrogen, where should we build the tanking stations? We have to think from the top of Norway down through Finland, Sweden, Norway, and then down to Europe. And then we took a tech company and combined them with 2 trucking companies. And then they started a new company where they took the tech they were using and put it in one place. And another where we combine different information is a company called Fuel. And this is a Norwegian port and a powerhouse, not a powerhouse, a power grid. Holy crap, what's the name? Kraftselskap. What's that in English?
Power.
You know what I mean, guys.
Collaboration.
Yeah. So they made a new company, kind of showing. So this is what we have available in the different places. So then we suddenly they were sharing the data and information in one platform instead of divided up. So then it suddenly became a useful tool for the customers. And right now we're working also on other project where we're getting people in. So basically just, you have to raise your hand and come and say, this is what we want to do, this is what we can do. And then we link you up with the project that we know is ongoing. Of course, we will never say the secrets. I know when to shut up and when to speak, but do that first step is open up to new possibilities. Yeah.
I think that's really, really interesting because you just raised a side stream that we haven't even touched upon in this forum yet, and that is data. Because data is something that a lot of companies collect, but that they hold on really, really tight to, even though it's something that is extremely useful for a lot of other industries, both within the blue economy, but also kind of outside for a lot of different purposes. And so thank you for bringing that up. I have not even thought about that as also kind of a potential, maybe more unconventional side stream than what we usually talk about, but that's definitely something that we should talk more about, and how we can use each other's data for additional purposes. Really, really nice. Thank you. With that, I don't think we have any more presenters that that I am expecting to join us at the moment. So does anyone have any other questions for Lynn? Otherwise, I'm really hoping that both Ulf and Maria are gonna talk more to you later, and yeah, we'll share your email if anyone has any questions later. And I think that we have gone through most of our discussion points really for today. So if anyone has any questions for any of the speakers or any point that you want to bring up from the day in general, please do so now. And otherwise, I'm gonna kind of close up the session with some upcoming events and updates from our side. You could just raise your hand or speak out.
I think it's quite important to have a little bit networking because somebody is doing something which can be continued in as Lynn said, somebody's achievements can be continued by someone else and so on. I think to share information would be a nice opportunity between participants and information about ongoing activities. I mean, both sides would be a very good idea to exchange this information somehow. It's up to organizers to arrange it.
We can absolutely organize a forum in the Blue Biomatch for all of your participants, and then send out a link afterwards where we can continue the discussions. Good call. I will put it on my to-do. And in Blue Biomatch, I mean, we have our working groups there. I hope some of you have already joined, but we have the working groups on mussels and seaweed, wrasse, or just aquaculture, sustainable fisheries, and there you can always throw out a question, and usually you get some kind of answer. So that's also a good idea to get a discussion started, but maybe maybe it would be a good idea to have a bit more of a networking opportunity there as well. 1 second. Yes. But with that, I'm gonna keep promoting the Blue Biomatch a little bit. And I'm going to do that by highlighting some of the upcoming events that we have coming up. So for those of you who are not familiar with Blue Biomatch, this is really our platform that we use at Submariner and in our work groups to connect between the different projects and the different ongoing initiatives that we have. And what we also do there is that we kind of we try to collect all of the events that we have in the sector and from all of the participants that are there. So you can create events yourself, and if you want to promote any event that you're organizing, please upload it to Blue Biomatch so that it's available for everybody else to find. Here you can see some of the really bigger events that we have coming up that I am sure that a lot of you are already aware of. But I also want to highlight the more the other events that we have, the smaller ones, the kind of more product targeting events. So we have a bunch of Blue Biotechpreneurs hackathons coming up, and this is also a great way for all of you to get solutions to any problems that you have. You can actually right now submit a challenge for the upcoming hackathon in Peniche. So if you have any kind of data-driven challenges that you would like solutions to, you still have about a week to submit the challenge to Blue Biotechpreneurs and have it as part of the hackathon and get more people to work on it, get some creativity in, and maybe find some nice solutions. We also have a bunch of final conferences from all corners of our project portfolio, both from Shaping Bio and Blue Bio clusters. Also MSP for Bio have their final meeting coming up. And then, of course, I also want to highlight our next working group, which is going to be a collaboration between Submariner and Blue Jobs. So the next working group meeting is going to be on 4th of September. And then we're going to highlight jobs and skills in the blue bioeconomy sector. So here we're going to target maybe a little bit more the newcomers to showcase what skills are needed and how to get these. But I think it's also a great opportunity for either one of you to also highlight what you need in the sector and where you think it's developing. And with the thank you email that we're going to send out to all of you from this working group, we're going to include a link. And in this link, you can kind of highlight yourself as a potential speaker, or if you have any input on presentations that you would like to hear, then you can submit that to us because we're always happy to get feedback on the session and also what you would like to see more of. So that's what I'm going to say about that. And then with that, oh, this does not look great. But with that, I would just like to, say thank you. And we're closing the session a bit early. I'm very, very happy with the discussions that we've had, even if the presentation time was a little bit shorter than planned. I hope all of you got some nice ideas out of it. I've heard a lot of networking opportunities, which I'm very, very happy about. And yeah, we will upload the recording and also a bit of a summary together with the presentation PDFs later this week. And with that, I wish you all a great afternoon. Thank you.